All right, everyone, welcome. Excuse me. Try that again. All right. Welcome to the April 12th, 2024 California Board of Behavioral Sciences Policy and Advocacy Committee meeting. My name is Chris Jones. I'm chairperson of the committee. Before we convene, I would like to remind everyone present that the board is a consumer protection agency charged with administering and enforcing the board's laws. Where protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. Committee members will be participating remotely from private non-public sites. The public may participate remotely or in person at DCA headquarters at 1625 North Market Boulevard, Suite S102. I will announce when we are accepting public comment on the various issues, and the meeting moderator will open the lines as appropriate. Each commentator will have 3 minutes to comment. I would like to note that we will not be discussing agenda item 11 today. Moderator, would you please provide the audience with instructions on how they may participate during the meeting at the appropriate times?
Sure, this is the moderator. When the committee chair calls for public comment, I will open up the Q&A feature in WebEx, which will be at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen. You may either type comment to have your public comment recognized, or you may use the raise hand icon, which is typically at the lower right-hand corner or next to your name. If you're an audio-only participant, you can press *3 on your device to raise your hand. You'll when we get to public comment, I will request to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 3 minutes to speak with a 15-second warning. And at the end of the time, your microphone will then be muted, and we will move on to the next member of the public who wishes to make public comment.
All right, thank you, moderator. First item is I'll call to order and establish a quorum. I would like now to call the meeting to order and ask Christina to call roll to establish a quorum. Please note that John Sovek will be joining the meeting at a later time today. Christina?
Morning. Chris Jones.
Here.
Abigail Ortega.
LCSW member present.
Wendy Strack.
Wendy Strack, public member present.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Christina. Next on the agenda is introductions. Board staff, would you please introduce yourselves?
Hi, Steve Soderman. I'm the executive officer. Holy cow. Jeez. Good morning.
Good morning. That's funny. Good morning. Marlon McManus, Assistant Executive Officer.
Liz Ann Helms, Legislative Manager Board.
Christy Burke, Regulatory Manager for the board. Sabina, Legal Counsel for the board.
Christy Shield, Regulations Counsel for the board.
All right, is that everybody? Perfect. Thank you. Now it's time for the public to introduce themselves if they would like. This is voluntary. Is there anyone in the audience in Sacramento that would like to introduce themselves? No, I can't see very well. No? Okay.
Great. Something here.
I'm sorry, Steve, I didn't quite catch that.
Can you hear us? Thumbs up. Yep. Okay. You can hear us. We can't hear you though. Okay, we're gonna go and then log in. Do they have to do that too? Or okay, hold on for just a second.
Sure.
Oh wait, now we can hear you.
This is the moderator. I just want to do a quick mic check just to make sure HQ1 hearing room is able to hear us.
Yes, we can hear
Okay,
you.
perfect.
It's a little staticky though, Steve.
Okay. We're gonna log off, I guess, back in just to see if that helps with the static. In the meantime, I'll hum the technical difficulty song.
You want me to wait or continue?
This is a moderator. I will go ahead and ask them if we want to move on to the people on WebEx. All right, this is the moderator. It looks like HQ1 is back. Can I get a quick mic check?
We can hear you.
Okay, and it sounds like we can hear you as well.
Okay.
All right, great. Then is anyone in our remote audience, would anyone in our remote audience like to introduce themselves? Moderator?
All right, this is the moderator. If any members on WebEx would like to introduce themselves, you can either use the raise hand feature or use the WebEx question and answer feature down at the bottom. And it looks like we do have a request. Elise Springer, I'll request to unmute your microphone now.
Therapist, and today I am representing California PSI, Maternal Mental Health Now, Postpartum Health Alliance of San Diego, Return to Zero Hope, and Love Dad, all around AB 2581. Thank you.
All right, and it looks like we have another person who'd like to introduce themselves, Shanti Ezreen. Oh, I apologize. I clicked the wrong button. There we go.
I'm joining virtually today. I'm with the California Association of Marriage and Family Therapists.
All right, and this is the moderator. It appears that was everyone who would like to introduce themselves. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Okay, next on the agenda is the discussion and possible approval of the January 19th, 2024 committee meeting minutes. Do any members wish to remove or edit any of the items from the consent calendar? Nope. Then can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Chris, this is Christy. I just want to make a quick correction on
Sure.
page 1, line 21, delete the word chair. That is all I have.
Okay. All right. Any other edits? Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with changes, with edits?
I'll make a motion to approve the January 19th, 2024 committee meeting minutes as amended.
Do I hear a second? I'll second. Any comments from the public?
Here.
All right. Any comments from the our remote participants?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand icon. And audio-only participants can raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment. Would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. All right, Christina, would you take the vote?
Yes. Jones,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
Yes.
Wendy Strack,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you, Christina. My understanding is that we are going to move item 4 on the agenda down to later in the day. So we will move on to agenda item number 5. Next on the agenda is the discussion and possible recommendation regarding Assembly Bill 1991, BONTA, licensee and registrant records. Roseanne, would you please provide us with an overview?
Yes, thanks, Chris. So the 1991 has to do with licensing and registrant records. It would require all healing arts boards under DCA to collect specified data from licensees and registrants and renewal. And so we already request this information from licensing and registrants. We're permitted to request it under law, but not require it. And there's some reasons for that. Under current law, the Department of Healthcare Access and Information has been designated as a healthcare workforce research and data center. So it's kind of a clearinghouse of the state's health workforce and educational data. And they collect and analyze all of the data that we get from our licensee when they fill out a survey at renewal that asks them various questions that we'll ask them under law. And then HAI works with the Employment Department and other state departments to look at the supply of healthcare workers by specialty, their geographic distribution, their diversity, current capacity, demand, education capacity, things like that. HAI also runs scholarship programs for the purpose of encouraging students from underrepresented groups and who are working in underrepresented areas to pursue various healthcare professions. So one that most relates to our board, although there are several, is under our board, they administer the licensed mental health service provider education program, which is for grants for licensed mental health service providers who provide direct patient care in a public funded facility or mental health professional shortage area. And our licensees pay a $20 fee on every year in order to support that scholarship and loan repayment fund. Currently, there are a few boards that are required to collect demographic information, but most boards under DCA can only request it, not required to be. So they can say, I decline to answer. And some of the data that we collect at renewal every other year, for registrants is the practice area or specialty, their anticipated year of retirement, their age, educational background, gender identity, language is spoken, type of employer, sexual orientation, disabilities, various things like that. Report that information to HCI quarterly, and then they generate the data. So this bill, like I said earlier, we would be required to collect the data rather than required to request it upon renewal. The data must be provided as a condition of license or registration renewal per the bill. It removes the language from that states a license or registrant cannot be subject to disciplinary action for not providing it. So they have to provide information. And what the author is going to do is provide HCI with the most accurate information necessary to determine whether or not their loan repayment programs are functioning with the intended effect to increase diversity in the healthcare workforce, and to make sure that in general we have the most accurate picture of our licensed population possible. They know that without accurate data, it's difficult to know that HCI programs are working as intended. And so, just in terms of the bill, like I currently requested, requiring the data would provide a little bit more accurate picture of the demographics of the board's licensees and registrants, because nobody would decline to state. However, this should be weighed along with the knowledge that some applicants may be comfortable answering certain demographic questions. We were able to get from HCI an estimate of how many people choose to decline to state by category. It's varied. If you have any particular questions about the statistics behind each one, I can tell you that. And just in terms of some of the more sensitive topics, ethnicity and race, about 14 to 16% of people to decline those questions. A lot of people decline to answer the retirement age, I guess, probably because they don't know it. Sexual orientation, about 20 to 22% typically decline that one. Disability, about 24% typically decline to answer that question. So with that, I'll open it to discussion.
Thank you, Roseanne. Do we have any comments or questions from our committee members? Wendy?
Yeah, Roseanne, has DCA as a whole weighed in, or any of the other boards weighed in on this yet?
Not at this time. It's pretty early in the legislative process. So, the bills are just kind of being set for hearings, and we don't have official positions yet.
Okay, I think my initial reaction here is maybe we kind of sit back and watch it a little bit. It's I I think there are some sensitive questions that I'm not sure we're all totally comfortable requiring answers to, but I'll let my colleagues weigh in as well.
Abigail.
Yeah, just the questions that people are declining. Uh, the sexual orientation question, you know, is that are those can some of those questions be optional? And then the questions that are absolutes, right? Ask those questions. So
I don't know if you can hear us, Abigail, but we lost that.
what?
So hold on.
But what? Can you repeat that?
This is a moderator. I think they said they may have lost audio.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Get over here. Now we got back on.
Okay,
There you go.
perfect.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I was just curious about like the questions that people are declining to answer, and if some of those questions can be made optional. The sexual orientation question, you know, why do we have to tell anyone what our sexual orientation is? And I get the question about race or ethnicity, right? We're looking to see like the workforce and I don't think I even okay, we do have languages. But just I would just be more curious about why people are declining those questions and if there's room for some of those questions to be optional because they're answering the rest of the questions. It's just those three that are sensitive. And then the anticipated year of retirement, I mean that's a very challenging question for anyone to answer, unless you're like super close to know, you know, to that stage of your life. So yeah, I would want to hear a little bit more too and see if there's any questions that can, you know, that we can make optional. Yeah, that's basically what I want to say. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Abigail. I would actually echo Abigail's sentiments. I would be interested to know if some of those questions could become optional. Which ones are the most important that we have? I know that within this board we've often struggled to determine how effective things are because we don't get demographic data from our from our licensees all the time. So I do think that there's some benefit to it, but I would definitely want to kind of watch and see how this plays out and see what we can do to make make some of those more sensitive questions optional. Any other comments from the committee? Roseanne, were you going to chime in?
Yeah. So what I can do is I can reach out to the auditor's office and see if there's been talk of doing that or if that's something that they're even willing to entertain and report back at the board meeting and be reconsidered.
Thank you, Roseanne. I think that's a great idea. Okay. Do we have any comments from the public? Anyone in the audience?
Yes.
Good morning. Thank you. Ben Caldwell. And I'm just a question for staff. How would the data gathering proposed in this bill interact with what's already being done? In particular, thinking about the examination process. I know there's been discussion about open gathering demographic and related data as part of analysis process of exams. You're saying the board already gathers some of this information on a voluntary basis. The reason I ask what I would hope to avoid is unnecessary and redundant data gathering. But of course, for HCAI and as well for exam analysis, it's good to have the data and to have quality data. So can you talk a bit more about those data gathering processes interact?
It's a very good question. It would actually have to be two separate total collections. That's a good point too. You don't want to over survey some. And because it would have to be separate, because we would have to, on the other exam data, we would have to link it somehow to the exam candidate. And if there's legalities, we're going to be next week. But so it would have to be separate types of entities. I don't know if there would be an over survey, I guess, apathy, because it's really the that we're looking at for exams. It would be a one-time point and actually sign up for the exam. So, but there is a good bit.
What you're saying is you wouldn't like gather this data from residents and licensees and then sort of hold the data that's linked on an individual basis. It would be more point in time surveys. And then like if somebody is taking an exam, a law and ethics exam, you gather demographic data there. You would gather demographic data again separately for the clinical exam. Correct. Correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Are there any other comments from the audience? Sacramento?
I apologize. Yeah, there's no more comments.
And moderator, would you please open comments for our remote participants?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. And audio-only participants may raise their hand by pressing *3 on their device. And it looks like we request from Shanti Ezrin, and Shanti, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak with a 15-second warning. Please click the Unmute Me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Thank you. This is Shanti Ezrin, again with the California Association of Marriage and Family Therapists. Just wanted to share that CAMP is still assessing the bill and its provisions, but so far just a little bit worried with the provider's time with the data requirements in the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. So, Roseanne, we don't need to make a motion because you're going to go back and do more investigation with the authors. Is that correct?
So I will reach out to the author's office, see if they can provide me any information about whether they would consider some optional, and I'll report back afterwards. So no need for a motion if you don't want to amend a position.
Perfect. No, I don't think we're prepared to do that yet without more information. So thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is the discussion and possible recommendation regarding, nope, wrong one. Try that one. Possible recommendation regarding Assembly Bill 2142, Haney, prisons and mental health. Roseanne, would you please give us an overview?
Yes, this bill establishes a pilot program at California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation to provide access to mental therapy to all incarcerated persons, regardless of whether or not they're classified as having a mental disorder. Right now, the Department of Corrections only provide treatment, but you have to be classified in one of 4 classifications as a mental health disorder in order to gain treatment. So this bill provides intent language. Rehabilitation is a function of the Department of Corrections Rehabilitation, also known as CDCR, and that it should be available to all persons incarcerated there without having to be classified, and regardless of their security level or of sentence. So what this bill does is it establishes a 3-year pilot program at 2 or more of the CDCR institutions to provide mental health therapy. They're using virtual therapy or using contract licensed or registered mental health providers. It defines the virtual or in-person therapy sessions to be at least twice a month for a minimum of 50 minutes. And it specifies that access to therapy services for individuals who are currently not already classified in mental health designations, and that enrollment in the program can not result in them being classified as having a serious mental health disorder unless that person offers their express written consent. And all information, of course, is required confidential pursuant to HIPAA. Authors is seeking to establish this program to help individuals that are incarcerated with rehabilitation. They note that there's 97,000 people currently incarcerated in CDCR, and only the most severe cases have access to therapy. About 67,000 incarcerated individuals are not in a classification and therefore are left without access to any mental health treatment. And they note that the reason that they are likely there in the first place is partially a result of trauma, post-traumatic stress, and other mental health conditions that have not been addressed. So in viewing this bill, CAMPT and the Anti-Recidivism Coalition are the co-sponsors. There's one minor clarifying amendment I was suggesting to Penal Code Section 293A1 and A2, which talks about virtual therapy. And it's talking about the virtual therapy taking place in two settings, either virtual therapy or via a contracted licensed or registered mental health provider. Those are not actually types of settings. So I would recommend that the sponsor might consider clarifying. But otherwise, I'll open it up for discussion.
All right, thank you, Roseanne. Any comments from our committee members? No? Okay. I think that providing mental health support to incarcerated people is an important thing. So I'd like to see kind of how this plays out. Abigail?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, when I was reading this, I thought it was amazing, right, to be able to provide mental health services to all of the inmates, right? I guess it just doesn't align with also what I've been reading about the shortage of providers available to give mental health services to the inmates that are needing it the most. And so it's like I'm just, it how are they going to do that, right? Like what are we going to stretch like the resources that are already limited to provide, to say that they're going to give all this therapy, and is it going to be enough? I think it's like 2 sessions for 50 minutes that they're offering. Maybe I read that wrong, or it's like a minimum. So yeah, I think it's like great in theory, but there's such a huge shortage at the moment. Like I was reading how like the suicide rates have increased, and they're not able to to provide mental health to those. So how are they going to allocate resources, and like where are all these providers going to come from? So yeah, I just have questions about like the how this is actually going to happen.
Thank you, Abigail.
Mm-hmm.
Wendy?
I just wanted to kind of echo Abigail's comments. I think in theory, we would all like to see mental health expanded in the prisons and make this available and help reduce recidivism and to get people the support they need. It's just I have questions as well about, whether there is enough providers to actually meet the obligations of the bills. And I don't know if we aren't sure that there are enough people to meet this obligation, then are we setting the system up for failure? So I just want to be aware of that.
Thank you. I think that's a fair question. Any other comments? Excellent. Can we have any comments from our audience in Sacramento?
It appears that there are no comments.
Excellent. Moderator, would you please open up the comments for our remote participants?
All right, this is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. It looks like I have a request from Kathy Atkins. So Kathy, I'm going to request to unmute your microphone now.
Good morning, everyone. This is Kathy Atkins from CAFT. I wanted to thank Roseanne for presenting the bill. She did a very thorough job. Thank you. And I also wanted to say thank you for the questions. They're actually very appropriate and understandable. So one question I'm just going to answer. I think Roseanne covered the bill, but one question that was raised is as to resources. So one, telehealth would be utilized, so that does lessen the burden on a provider. But the bigger question, and I think a way to frame it is, instead of viewing it as not prioritizing the incarcerated's needs over the community or consumer at large, it's not I don't think that's the way to look at it. I think it's almost looking at stopping or lessening the circle of trauma and crime when it comes to recidivism, meaning, folks who are incarcerated and do not seek mental health services do tend to either get worse or even take on a greater degree of mental health diagnosis. And when they are released, they bring that back to their family and the community. So if you have someone who's being treated and helped when they're incarcerated, when presumably and hopefully the goal is when they leave, they're better able to assimilate back to the family and society, thus less likely for recidivism to be an issue. Therefore, it doesn't create additional hurdles versus someone who doesn't receive the services, leaves prison worse off, and then recommits crime. And now you're creating additional mental health trauma, things of that nature that wouldn't necessarily have happened. Either the family they're coming back to, creating more drama or trauma, and or again, if someone is committing crimes, as everyone here knows, you're now creating victims, additional trauma. So you're trying to stop that cycle by helping it in the prison. So again, it's not, trying to put those incarcerated before those folks outside the prisons, but instead sort of stop or lessen that circle or that the circle of trauma, circle of violence, circle of victimhood. So I think that's kind of what we're looking at as to sort of the concern about resources and shortage, which is a very valid question. So hopefully I answered that to some point. So if the BBS wanted to support it, we would love that. But we do believe this is a good bill, both for provider and for prisoner, but like we said, for the incarcerated, but for really the community to have a safer, healed community if you have those folks leaving the prison in a better mental health state. Thank you.
Hey, Kathy, hold on a second. Don't leave the mic. I have a question. So I appreciate your the clarification, and I think, and I don't want to speak for my committee members, but I think the question is more about with the current shortage, and not about prioritizing inmates over those who are not incarcerated, but with the shortage, if we're looking at possibly providing mental health support to 67,000 additional incarcerated people. With our shortage, how are we going to do that? Like, how is that going to happen without having enough clinicians currently available in California?
Sure, that's a great question. So this is a pilot program. So, you know, it's testing it out in 2 prisons, 1 female, 1 male, to see how it's working. Is it, you know, where are the cracks? What aspects of it are working? What aspects of it aren't? What's the cost? What's the burden to the workforce? I think those are all great questions, and that's why they're doing it as a pilot program to see, you know, how's it working? Where can we fix it? Is it not working? I don't know that there's, because it's at 2 prisons, I don't know that there's going to be a giant change in the provider ratio. But I don't know if that answered your question.
I think it does to begin with, right? I mean, ultimately, the purpose of the pilot is to expand across prisons across California, correct?
Correct. And then obviously, but that's, you know, your question is very valid. And I think that would be something that you'd have some data following that pilot program. That's what the pilot program's for, is to get that data, those kinds of data points.
Okay. And Abigail, did you have a question for Kathy also?
Well, not a question for Kathy, but just overall, my comment was not about comparing, like, looking at the lack of mental health professionals and in the community versus in the prison, and like taking resources from the general public. It's more inside of the prisons. They're struggling to fill the vacant mental health roles inside of the prisons. And so inside of the prison, in that microcosm, the people that need it the most inside of the prison are having delays, right, and getting inmates to like state mental hospitals and getting care. You know, they're like being ordered for like suicide prevention measures, and they're not able to support those inmates inside. And now this bill is saying, well, let's provide service to all the inmates, which I think is amazing. And I'm, you know, fully support that idea, but we're not even doing that for the people that need it the most inside of the prison. So that was more of my concern. It's like, you know, if the Department of Corrections Rehabilitation is not able to even fill the needs, right, of the people that need it the most inside of the prison, how are they going to do that for all of the prisoners? So, I mean, if anyone has the answer to that, I would love to hear it, but that's more of what I was
You know what?
alluding to.
Hold on, we lost
Yeah.
audio here. Sorry. Mic check.
Now,
There we go. It's back on.
what was the last part that you heard from Abigail?
About, she was summarizing her point about the inside of the, getting people inside the prison that they need before opening it up to, I think.
Yes, that inside of the prison, they're having difficulty, right? Inside of the corrections department, they're not able to fill and maintain their own staffing needs. They do have telehealth options, right? And they're looking for solutions to support the inmates that need it the most. And this bill is now saying, well, let's just give it to everyone. And it just contradicts like what the capabilities are in the present moment. So that's just, you know, that's the point that I'm making. It's like, how are we gonna get to the next level where we're not, how are we gonna get to level 2 if we haven't met the needs of level 1?
Thank you, Abigail. Are there additional comments from the public?
This is Kathy. I didn't unmute. I don't know how to, may I comment or should I raise my hand again or?
You can comment, Kathy. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I heard Abigail perfectly, and thank you for the question. It's a great question, and CAMPT, as well as a lot of other provider groups, hold that same concern. I know there was the Coleman cases from a few years ago about unfilled positions, and CAMPT would absolutely like to work with other groups on how to fill those because, frankly, there are providers available to work with those groups. So it does seem like there's a disconnect of why can't the left hand talk to the right hand? And so if anyone on the committee or in the audience has questions or concerns, my email, Roseanne has it, but it's catkins@camp.org. We would absolutely love to hear concerns and thoughts as this bill is vetted and improved, as well as our ongoing efforts to see more mental health care in the prisons related to not just the shortage of staff, but also the stigma, which makes a lot of people not want to receive services because it impacts potentially their parole and those kinds of things. So we welcome any conversations, points of improvement to the bill, or even mental health therapists within the CDCR, which is not specific to MFTs. It's all mental health providers. And we 100% agree with Abigail's concern and continue to advocate it on. I thank the committee for even considering it. And again, if you see any areas of improvement, we would absolutely love to hear it and bring it to our co-sponsor.
Thank you, Kathy. Any other comments from the public?
No.
This is the moderator. I don't see any further requests from people on WebEx. Would you like me to close the Q&A?
Yes, thank you. Okay. So at this point, do we have, it seems that we're looking to see if the board would be in support of this bill, correct? Roseanne? Okay.
Correct.
Do we have a motion of support? Ooh, sorry. It looks like we're not quite ready to be there. So what would be the next step then? Because to Abigail's point, I think it's important. I think this is a really important bill to provide mental health. So what is it that we would like to see more of, or more research of, more data about in order to kind of move us forward?
I don't want to jump ahead of Abigail, but it seems like if there's an ability at the board meeting to have a greater discussion about whether the capacity exists to actually do this program. And I guess I understand it's a pilot program, and that may be if the pilot program advances, that may be one of the outcomes that come out of the private program is an acknowledgement that the capacity is or isn't there. But I guess, is it worth having more conversation about that at the board meeting? I mean, I think all of us support, expanding mental health services to every person who possibly needs them. But we just want to make sure that that we're setting people up for success too.
Yeah, I agree with you, Wendy. Go ahead, Abigail.
Yeah, for me, I would like to see like more numbers, right? Like how many providers would be needed? Like, like how many providers do they have now per inmate? Like where are the gaps? And then what would this pilot actually require? So what it's missing for me is like numbers of like where we are and then what it would take for this to actually be effective. And then how are they going to entice, right, providers, because they're like the stuff that I've read, also like the conditions that the providers have also walked into inside of these systems have also been part of why providers don't want to be a part of it. So Yeah, I would say more numbers and a little more of like what is the campaign for providers to be like, yes, I want to be a part of that. That, of changing the way things have been and creating a new way. So, yeah, I'm not convinced yet.
Thank you, Abigail.
Mhm.
Roseanne, is it possible for staff to work with Camp and the other author to get some of that information for us so that we can make a more informed decision?
Yeah, we can work with the sponsors to see if they have estimates available of the numbers that the program would take and any estimates about or numbers about current mental health providers.
Perfect. Because I think I want to echo, my fellow committee members. I think we really want to support this. But we just need a little bit more data and information to make sure. I don't want to steal Wendy's phrase, but to make sure that we're setting things up for success. All right, thank you. All right, moving along to our next agenda item, number 7, is the discussion and possible recommendation regarding Assembly Bill 2270. I'm going to not say this name right. Mainshine? Is that correct?
Moonshine.
Mainshine. Okay, thank you. Healing arts, continuing education, menopausal, mental, and physical health. Roseanne, would you please provide us with an overview?
Sure, and I want to note that this bill very recently amended a couple of days ago, April 10th. So an older version of the bill and the analysis was previously posted as of last night. New version is posted. Board members received that. It's on the web under updated meeting materials. And there's also, for those in attendance, if you would like to see a copy, there are a few copies of the updated analysis up front or by the door. So this bill would require the board to consider including a course in menopausal mental and physical health in the board requirements for continuing education. Right now, the board requires of its licensees to complete at least 6 hours of approved continuing education in a field relevant to their practice every 2 years upon renewal. 6 hours of that required 36 hours of continuing education must be taken in the subject of law and ethics. The law specifies that continuing education needs to either be pertaining to aspects of discipline that are fundamental to the understanding or practice of the profession for which the individual is licensed, or aspects of the discipline for which license or significant recent developments have occurred, or aspects of other disciplines that enhance the understanding or practice of the profession for which somebody is licensed. So they need to take basically CE course that's relevant to the license that they hold. The author's office states lack of knowledge in the general population and of training in medical school regarding menopause. They believe that coursework in mental and physical health will bring awareness to those experiencing this. So I've kind of alluded to the fact the board's licensing permit continuing education courses that are relevant to the practice of the profession. So if a licensee were currently to a course in menopausal mental health toward their continuing education requirement, it is highly, highly likely that would already count, unless there was something about the course that indicated that it didn't have anything to do with mental health or something like that. There's like an extremely wide variety of continuing education courses out there that the board accepts from various approval entities or agencies. They cover a wide range of topics and specialties, and aside from requiring the 6 hours of law and ethics course, the board has sort of stayed away from specifying CE be taken in certain topics because some topics might be more germane to a particular licensee's process than others. And so we kind of historically let them pick and choose as long as it's relevant to mental health courses they take. So those courses, I did just kind of look to see what's out there. I was able to find a course that covers each. Like one was from APA and the other was approved by APA and VCC. So there are courses there regarding the topic that licensees can find and choose if they would like to. One other comment: the bill specifies the board must consider including a course in menopausal mental or physical health in its CE requirements. Of course, those two topics are related, but it's debatable whether a course that's fully covered menopausal physical health with no discussion of mental health at all be relevant to the practice of the profession. Some might be able to make the argument, but it becomes a little bit less clear if that's relevant to practice. And there's another related bill that's very similar to this one that we'll be talking next, AB 2581. But for now, I will open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Roseanne. Wendy.
Yeah, I think my initial reaction here is it doesn't seem like it would fit the standard. I mean, there are a lot of specific treatment areas that people can choose to operate in. And this seems like one of those in particular. It seems to me like specifically required courses by the BBS should be generally applicable across specific treatment areas. And I think, Roseanne, I don't know if you can speak to that issue. Other than the law and ethics requirement, do we require specific CE or credits in specific areas? Because otherwise, like if you're if you treat children, like you're not going to come across this in your practice. So what is the value to the requirement? And I would think if therapists are treating relevant folks in this area, that they would seek out that education as part of their overall requirements.
Wendy, to answer your question, other than the 6 hours of CE and law, we do not require any specific topics for CE.
We have a couple of one-time things that we have to do, like suicide prevention and ChemDep and those sort of things. Yeah,
they're more education in the education program. This bill does not require the board to require it. It requires the board to consider requiring it. As it's written, the board does not. If the bill were to, the board would not have to do anything other than consider requiring it. The medical board kind of has a similar statute in their law that have not, as of this time, gone as far as requiring it, but its kind of goal to sort of get that education in CE.
Thank you, Roseanne. Abigail?
Okay, so this is required. The bill wants this to be a requirement, not an optional CE course.
They consider it. So the board would have to consider requiring it if the bill were to pass.
Oh, okay. Huh. I mean, there's so many reasons why I feel this is so important. Like even if you work with kids, you're not just working with children. You're working with like a family, and most of the time it's the mom, right? Or and I mean, I guess for me, like it's not just like menopausal, but like women's health issues in general. Would just be so useful for everyone to like have the latest research on. I mean, like across the board, right? And it's not just menopause. Like menopause is when you haven't had your period for 12 months. And but you can have so many symptoms. So it's also like perimenopause, which starts, it could start as young as 35. So it's like a huge like it's a lot of years, and it does impact a lot of people. And you can totally miss a lot of things if you don't have this understanding of that how hormones impact women. So I wish it was more around like just women health issues or girl and women's mental and physical health, because then it would encompass like, I was listening to a podcast about like ADHD and hormones, and we don't have enough research in that area to know more, but there's a strong impact. Insomnia, I've had clients that have gone maybe and had so much medication for insomnia, and it was that they were in perimenopause. Um, and the treatment is so different, right? Once they know that information, and OBGYNs are now communicating with psychiatrists, or even physicians, and mental health providers can be the bridge between the medical and mental health worlds, because it's not understood very clearly, and there's not a lot of research, right? That's why there was just like an executive order to increase the amount of research that we're doing around women's health. So I would be more in favor of like a bill that just encompass more of women's health, girl and women's health, right? Because even because there's so much that can shift if we understand girls and women in a physical and their physical health, and connected to the mental aspects. So but I would say this could be like optional, but if it was more inclusive of health in general for girls and women, then I would want that to be a requirement, because everyone's touching a girl or a woman. Even if you're working with a boy, there's a parent there that you can support.
Thank you, Abigail.
Mhm.
I think that to your point, Abigail, and one of my concerns about this is the requirement part versus the optional part. So we look at possibly if we support this, then then what's to say that we won't have a line out the door of other interest parties that want to require their topics. So very important topics for sure. I just don't know that we need to um, make a requirement out of it. I'm fully in support of learning about it and providing or having our mental health professionals have the option of learning about it. I just don't know that requiring it is the right way to go.
Can I answer?
Sure.
Um, I was just gonna say I think like it's not about like everyone else will come knocking on the door. It's just like what these are right now is there's an awakening that we have been excluding, right? The study of women's health. And we're noticing at this point in history and time that there's a huge gap. And courses like this will, are aiming to fill that gap so that women are taken care of properly, and I'm going to include girls and women are cared for. So I think we need to look at it in terms of like how will this support consumers in this point of time versus like if we say yes to this, then we have to say yes to other things, and just kind of look at it from that lens. And there are different parts in time of history where different things become very like present, for consumers. And this is a huge topic right now. It comes up a lot in my sessions. So yeah, I just don't know about the requirement part as well. Mhm.
Thank you, Abigail. Any comments from the audience in Sacramento?
You have a comment?
Thank you, Ben Caldwell, MFT. I agree with both points of the discussion here. So obviously we're talking important content areas of care. At the same time, historically, we've gone from a 36-unit master's degree requirement to now a 60-unit master's degree requirement across the master level mental health professions. Added a whole bunch of requirements for fee coverage and programmatic coverage. There's no evidence that any of that made us safer or more effective as practitioners. There are things that we include because we as clinicians and educators feel like it's the right thing to do in that time. But we would want to think very carefully about any time we might add a requirement onto a process of becoming licensed and remaining licensed that is already pretty arduous for a lot of folks. And then separately, just I'm hearing from other stakeholders who are attending online that our room audio here is really, really hard for them to hear. It's choppy, it's cutting out, limiting stakeholder participation. And I wonder if when we take a break this morning, if there are steps to be taken to address that. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben.
We are currently trying to get that, but yeah, we'll see. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any comments from our remote audience?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. It looks like we have a request from Kathy Atkins. Kathy, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Hi there, Kathy Atkins from CAMFT. Similar to the testimony from Ben Caldwell, CAMFT won't be taking a position on this bill because it's permissive versus a mandate. However, just as context, almost every time there is a mandate CE requirement proposed, which is frankly proposed almost every year. In the last couple of years, there's been one for geriatric treatment, one on suicide, one on LGBTQ. We find all those populations very germane and appropriate as far as the kinds of education that providers should be learning about, not just mental health, physical as well. But similar to sort of what we heard before is that CAMP does tend to take an opposed position on all of them because frankly, if we did add each bill, we would be adding in a CE almost every year, which we don't see necessarily providing additional safety to the consumer, and also we do think providers are in the best position to know where they need growth and improvement and better better assistance in their practice area. Generally speaking, if there is a content that is so under taught, then we see that maybe we would advocate generally that that's something that should maybe even be in the MA program versus a continuing education. Again, we're not taking a position on this bill because it's permissive versus a mandate, but if it were to move to a mandate, the chances are we would be opposing it. Again, not that it's not an important issue. I'm their perfect client, frankly, but it's that there's just too much that every year it gets added. So thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Okay. I think that, well, do we have a motion from one of our committee members on this bill, or we want to just kind of wait and see how it plays out? I guess we'll wait and see how it plays out. So Roseanne, I don't think we need to do anything at this point, correct? I don't think we're ready to take a position.
That is correct. We will bring the bill to the board for a discussion in May.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. next on our agenda, item number 8, discussion and possible recommendation regarding Assembly Bill 2581, Mainshine Healing Arts Continuing Education for maternal mental health. Roseanne?
Yes, so I also want to note that this bill was also amended on April 10th. As of tonight, new analysis and text has been posted on the materials, as well as board members have received it, and there are a few copies in the front door, by the front door in the meeting room today, in case anybody wants to see the new materials. This bill would require the board to consider including a course in maternal mental health in its CE requirements. So pretty much everything that we just went over applies to this bill as well. It's the same type of language where the board would need to consider requiring the coursework CE requirements. It does not state that the board has to, but the board does have to consider doing it. It also provides a similar requirement for the Board of Registered Nursing, Psychology, and the Physician's Assistant Board. The author's office states that maternal health conditions are the leading cause of pregnancy-related deaths, and providing the coursework would provide information to health providers about how to appropriately treat their affected clients. Previous related legislation, the board actually already has this language in the law. A bill passed in 2019, it was AB 845 by the same author, required the medical California to consider including course in their CE requirements. At this time, the medical board has not adopted this as a CE requirement. Physicians must complete 50 hours of CE every 2 years. Only 2 subjects right now are specified physicians in statute. One of them is a one-time requirement, 12 hours in either pain management or treatment of terminally ill or treatment of opiate-dependent patients. And the other requirement is for family physicians with 25% of patients over 65, 20% of their CE must be in geriatric medicine. So that's what the medical board has adopted. It does not include this so far. So with that, I'll open it up for discussion.
All right, thank you, Roseanne. I think I fall kind of in the same boat that I did on the previous bill with regards to requirement. It's a very important topic, but I don't know that we're, that we need to be requiring it. Wendy?
I agree with that. I was going to say the same thing, that I think while an important topic for sure, maybe not one fit for requirements in the context, especially provided by CAMP, that there are a number of bills that are requiring specific elements of CE requirements. So I think because it's permissive in the same way the other bill is, I think we could just kind of watch it for a bit and see.
Great, thank you. Abigail, do you have anything? Go ahead.
I guess what's different about this bill is that it could, that this is depending right on the type of maternal mental health diagnosis, right? Because it's not just postpartum depression, but it could lead to death and could endanger child in the more extreme cases, right, which are not the majority. And so I think it's important for therapists to know about these risks if they don't ask the right questions, and if they're not aware of these situations. And also there are a lot of cases where the women were not treated appropriately when they had like intrusive thoughts or opened up. And so it really changes how people are treated when they do open up. And then more women and men, right? Because you don't only have postpartum doesn't only happen to women, but also to men, would open up if they felt safer and knew that like clinicians had an understanding, and that if they shared something that they would be treated fairly. So I think that's what's different about this this bill is that it's, it could potentially be a life or death situation. So I think it's worth something that's worth considering a little bit further. And I would love to hear from the public. I heard someone earlier say that they were from PSI and would love to hear from them or anyone else.
All right, thank you, Abigail. Any comments from our audience in Sacramento?
No comments.
Excellent. Moderator, would you please open up the comments for our remote participants?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please either click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand feature. And it looks like we have a request from Elise Springer. And Elise, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak with a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Good morning. My name is Elise Springer, licensed MFT, and today I'm representing nonprofit CAPSI, MMHN, PHA San Diego, Return to Zero and Love Dad, all of whom support mandating training in perinatal, which means preconception to 1 year postpartum mental health. I've prepared a time statement, so please forgive my nerves and my speed reading. I was a licensed marriage and family therapist in 2010 when my first child was born. I had an emergency C-section encoded. After this experience, I struggled with panic attacks, bouts of weeping, avoidance of OB providers, and deep, deep sadness. I shared my symptoms at 4 weeks with my long-term therapist and MFT who disregarded them. Shortly thereafter, I was in a trauma training unrelated to maternal mental health and wondered if birth trauma was a thing. My question took me to medical journals where I found few scant items 14 years ago. I did see a few studies on postpartum depression, and by 3 months postpartum, I shared everything I could find with my therapist. They didn't know, I didn't know. Both of us went through grad school and licensure, and we didn't know about perinatal mood and anxiety disorders, nor could we differentiate between the perinatal mood and anxiety disorders or even baby blues. Frankly, although it's been 14 years and a whole advocacy journey later, I regularly hear stories of clients misdiagnosed by MFTs, social workers, LPCCs, and sometimes with devastating consequences. I think about how if I'd listened to my therapist's words and not had my own aha moment, something more was wrong. I might not be here speaking to you today. It got that dark. I was lucky, many are not. My story is not unique. Many of our master's level therapists in the 5 organizations I'm representing today have had a variation in my experience, either as a parent or a clinician. Some may be here today to share. Other narratives I will be sending along to the committee later today. With 1 in 5 mothers and 1 in 10 fathers struggling in California with a perinatal mood and anxiety disorder, and frankly in areas of underserved communities, it's much higher. Perinatal mental health training needs to be mandated in the same way child development, human sexuality, and suicide are mandated trainings. Suicide is a leading complication of childbirth for new mothers. However, clinicians I've spoken to say their mandated courses in suicide made no mention of this. It seems particularly strange to have requirements in child development and human sexuality and not perinatal mental health. Birthing parents have long struggled with perinatal mental health, with emotional, financial, and epigenetic consequences for families in California. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. We have a few more requests for comment. Next I have Mary Levy, and Mary, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak with a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
So connected with Postpartum Support International and the California chapter. My own experiences many years ago. And at the time I was also seeing a therapist who had no training in perinatal mental health. I ended up hospitalized and in intensive outpatient treatment for a month, partly because my symptoms weren't recognized. I wasn't given the proper information to help me recover. I didn't hear the word postpartum until I was pretty much recovered. I later went to grad school myself, never had a course or even an hour of a one of my courses that talked about perinatal mental health. I went through my associateship where I never had a supervisor who knew anything about it. When I had clients with intrusive thoughts, my supervisors would advise me to call Child and Family Services. And here it is 24 years later from my experience, and most of my colleagues have never had any training. None of the general psychotherapy conferences that I see have courses, have breakout sessions relating to this topic. And it still amazes me with how common these disorders are and how tragic they can become, that that we can become therapists who will have pregnant clients who may become psychotic, and that we are not trained to recognize those symptoms. To me, this is something that should have been done very long time ago. And many of the clients that I see have seen previous therapists who were unable to help them because they didn't know enough about this topic. So I feel like this is long overdue. And I really encourage you to consider making this even a part of psychopathology or clinical skills training, or a required CE. With all of us need to get 36 of those every 2 years. If a required CE gave someone just the basics of information, it could save lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, this is a moderator. Next, I have Daniela K. Bermudez, and you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Bermudez. I'm an LMFT. I'm also connected to PSI-CA. I went through my own struggles of postpartum depression and anxiety following a traumatic birth experience. And like other stories you heard, it wasn't until almost a decade later, after the birth of my first child, after completing a graduate counseling program, after 2 practicums, that I had to seek out specific training to learn about perinatal mental health. After I was already working in a reproductive and sexual health community health clinic. And after that happened, I learned there was an explanation and treatment available for the mental health challenges I went through that could have significantly impacted my life, my child's life, and my family's. And I also learned how to be informed and responsive to a population I was already working with, but had no prior training to, including knowing how to provide more responsive and specific support and therapeutic care. Without perinatal mental health training, I wouldn't have gained crucial knowledge and information around assessment, risk, prevalence, and special considerations for the different populations that this touches. It spans across all birthing individuals, their partners, adoptive parents, inclusive of LGBTQ plus population, and also learning approaches to treatment. I've worked with countless numbers of patients and clients who during their pregnancy and postpartum have experienced suicidal ideation and desire. Because suicide is a leading cause of death in new mothers, adding this training would help in efforts of suicide prevention and increase provider competency to better support their clients and patients reach wellness. I see this as providing safety to the public. There's so many unintended pregnancies that can happen. There's so many planned pregnancies that can happen. People sometimes don't know what to expect when that happens, and this touches all like mental health concerns, OCD, anxiety, psychosis, post-traumatic stress, eating disorders, substance use. This also paves the way for better integrated behavioral health care between therapists and medical providers. So I really urge you to consider this as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator and next individual, Paulina Chavez Medina. And Paulina, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak with a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Registered Associate Marriage and Family Therapist. I'm a mom of 4 who has dealt with perinatal and postpartum difficulties with every one of my children and my pregnancies. I attended grad school from 2018 to 2021. And unfortunately, maternal mental health and perinatal mental health were not topics that were part of my curriculum. The only times the issues related to maternal mental health or perinatal mental health were brought up was because I specifically was asking for the knowledge to better not only support myself, but the other women in my life and my communities that needed the support. My professors were not prepared to support me or to teach me about this very specific need in my journey. To me, it makes no sense that we have mind-lettered courses and that relate to child development and sex, and we take specific measures to make sure that we're supporting children after the fact, but we don't do the same before they're here. We don't take the same time and care to take care of the mothers, the birthing persons, the caregivers, or any of the parents that are there to support before all this happens. It also makes no sense as 1 in 5 women and 1 in 10 men here in California struggle with a perinatal mood and anxiety disorder. I truly believe that this is a systemic issue that is always overlooked to the most sensitive parts of our society, and training is vital to us, not only providing a better support care, but a better overall way to change the system and how we support this people. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, we have Angelica Quezada. And Angelica, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak with a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
As clinical social worker in San Diego, California. I currently sit on the board of Postpartum Health Alliance and Pregnancy After Loss, 2 nonprofit organizations. My experience with postpartum depression and anxiety with severe suicidal ideation started 5 years ago with my first child. As a therapist at the time, I knew some of the symptoms, but absolutely did not understand what to do, where I could even seek a therapist, or what could I do to help myself, because I knew that there were not enough therapists who had the training. I jumped from therapist to therapist because each of them would tell me, I don't have enough education on this. I don't know enough to be able to support you. Then extending on to my second pregnancy, 7 months into battling my postpartum depression and anxiety and experiencing a miscarriage with my second child. My therapist, again, jumping from therapist to therapist, because now I don't know how to provide you care with perinatal mental health disorders, including while navigating your grief. And this continued on to my third pregnancy, where again, the struggle is to find therapists who would tell me I feel adequate enough because I've had enough training to be able to provide you the care. There is a lack of education for those in current graduate school programs and outside of graduate school programs who are licensed individuals. So this is my request, that for us to be able to make sure that we are providing this education and these resources so that therapists feel adequate and equipped to be able to provide this type of care. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, we have Kathy Atkins. And Kathy, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak with a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Hello again, Kathy Atkins from CAFT. For the reasons stated with the last bill, as to a mandated continuing education, CAFT will generally oppose any and all CE mandates for the reasons stated. And I also wanted to take the time to encourage members of the public who are testifying on not just this issue, but various other issues, to reach out to their associations, not just CAFT, but NSAW California or Psychological Association or CalPIC, as the associations tend to put on robust continuing education programs. And I can speak for others that we're always looking for relevant content of speakers at our conferences, articles in our magazines, CEs, recorded CEs in our demand centers. We all are always looking for that, and we welcome it. And it sounds like this is something that I can hear a lot of people have experience with. I experienced this as myself as a mother, so I empathize. But I really encourage people to reach out. Sounds like there's a lot of MFTs today, and I really highly recommend reaching out to your associations, which would be CAMFT and myself, to talk about this and how can your professional associations step up to fill a void of continuing education. So that was just a recommendation. I apologize if that's not a good use of my minutes here, but thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears that was our last request for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Okay. Minnie, do you have any recommendations, Abigail?
I mean, the testimonials, right, that we heard, speak to like what the consequences are of providers and not diagnosing properly, not treating properly, just not having this knowledge literally saves lives. And one thing people I would say don't know is that it doesn't go away just because a child is 1 or 2 or 3 years old. It's pervasive. So unless it's cared for, it continues, right? The treatment is needed. And I didn't discover this type of training until working with kids where you're doing everything right with the kids, but then the parents are not engaging. And when I got into, the history of the birth story and all of that, I realized, oh, okay, this person has untreated postpartum. And so it does also impact providers that are only seeing children. It's not a like only if I work with moms thing. So I also wanted to say that, for Black and Latino women, this is like so much higher. It's like the prevalence is 35 to 67% higher. So it's already high, right? I think someone said 1 in 5, and then you add, people of color. So I think this is like a consumer protection. This will protect consumers. And it should be, definitely. I mean, I don't see why this would not be something that all clinicians should know about. And it's not readily available to clinicians out in the community clinics. So I'm in support of this continuing education requirement.
Want to make a motion, Abigail?
Yes, I make a motion to support, right, AB 2581.
You have a second? Doesn't seem that we have a second, Abigail, so the motion won't go forward. But we can bring the discussion back to the board. Is that correct, Roseanne?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes, bring it to the board for further discussion.
All right, perfect. We will do that.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And with that, I think it's time for break. So let's take a 15-minute break to allow people to stretch their legs, and let's get the work on our audio to see if we can improve that. Okay, so we'll be back at 11:45. All right, thank you, moderator. We are back in session. Moderator, we would like to make an adjustment and move the public comment back down to 2 minutes. Just for sake of time, we have a very large agenda. We want to make sure that we get to everything today. So thank you. All right, next on our agenda is item number 9, this discussion and possible recommendation regarding Assembly Bill 2566, Wilson Healing Arts counseling. Roseanne, would you give us an overview?
Yes, thank you, Chris. And I want to point out that this version was amended slightly on April 8th. So there is a new version on our website under meeting materials for you. You should be looking at the April 8th version of the analysis. And so what this bill does is it would establish California as a member state in the Interstate Counseling Compact, which permits a licensed professional clinical counselor in a member state to practice in other member states if they meet specified requirements. So right now, California has its own laws regarding licensing for LPCC, and then also what we require for individuals coming from out of state. For a regular LPCC California license, it's a 60-unit graduate master's degree in counseling or psychotherapy. It needs to be a single integrated master's or doctoral degree. And there has to be 13 specified core content areas covered. Then an LPCC goes on, they are required to get 3,000 hours of post-degree supervised experience and pass a California law and ethics exam and a clinical exam. We also have, as of 2020, a streamlined licensure process for out-of-state licensees licensed in another state for at least 2 years who hold an equivalent license in another U.S. jurisdiction. The requirement for that is that they must have that license in another U.S. jurisdiction at the highest level for independent clinical practice. They have an unrestricted license, a qualifying degree in a master's or doctoral program that's accredited. They also have to do fingerprints, and they have to have some California specific coursework. They have to complete a 12-hour CE course in California law and ethics, a 15-hour CE course in California cultures, and a 7-hour California specific child abuse assessment and reporting course. And in addition, the applicant has to pass the California law and ethics exam. And if they can meet these requirements, they don't have to go through the process where you look at all of their education course by course and all of their experience hours to make sure it met California standards. The clinical exam is also waived for these applicants, although they have likely taken a clinical exam for their own jurisdiction already. So that's a streamlined process for out-of-state applicants for LPCC that we have now. We also have a process where we recognize licenses in other states under the Federal Service Member Civil Relief Act. Under that, military members or their spouses who hold a valid license in good standing in another state can practice in California in the same profession if they're required to relocate here due to military orders. The requirements are they have to have used their out-of-state license at some point during the past immediately preceding 2 years, be in good standing, and then they can submit for a registration to practice here. And then, of course, finally, we also have a process for a person with a client traveling here to obtain a 30-day consecutive day temporary practice allowance in a calendar year if a client's going on vacation and the therapist from another state wants to continue to treat them via telehealth. So that's what we have currently. This bill would establish California as a member in the Counseling Compact. The Counseling Compact's goal is to facilitate interstate practice of licensed professional counselors and improve public access to their services. It provides that the practice of professional counseling occurs in the state where the client is located. And it defines several different terms. The Counseling Compact Commission or Commission is the administrative body. A data system is maintained that is a repository of information about licensees, continuing education, their exam and licensure and investigative status, what privileges to practice they have, and what adverse action, if any, has been taken against the license. Everything goes into the data system and the member states have access to it. The bill defines a licensed professional counselor as a counselor licensed by a member state, regardless of the title used, to independently assess, diagnose, and treat behavioral health conditions. It defines professional counseling as the assessment, diagnosis, and treatment of behavioral health conditions by an LPC. A member state is the state that has enacted the compact. A home state is the member state where a licensee has their primary state of residence. A remote state means a member state other than the licensee's home state. And a privilege to practice is a legal authorization equivalent to a license, permitting the practice of professional counseling in a remote state. Each member state has certain responsibilities under the compact. They have to, of course, license and regulate LPCs, have to require a nationally recognized exam, require 60 semester hour master's degree counseling or a 60 semester hour or 90 quarter hours of graduate coursework, and certain specified topics must be covered. The state that participates has to require a licensee to complete supervised postgraduate experience and have a mechanism in place for investigating complaints. They need to participate in the data system. They need to notify the commission of any adverse actions. They have to comply with the commission's rules. Those are binding. And they have to attend the compact's meetings at least annually. And so those are some of the state's responsibilities. Licensees that are participating under the compact also have certain responsibilities. They have to hold a valid license in their home state, pay applicable fees, maintain continuing competencies or continuing education requirements of their home state. They have to meet any jurisprudence requirements of a remote state where they're seeking a privilege to practice, which means basically a law and ethics exam. If the state where they're requesting a privilege to practice requires it, then they would have to pass it. And they have to notify the commission of any adverse action, encumbrance, or restriction by a non-member state within 30 days so that that information can go to the database for the proper notifications. The bill specifies that the licensee's privilege to practice is valid until the expiration of the home state's license. So the home state's license is kind of what anchors them into the compact. That's what the license that they have to go by the expiration date. They have to complete the home state's CE requirements, things like that. The compact also requires a licensee providing services in a remote state under their privilege to practice to follow the remote state's laws when practicing there. In terms of disciplinary action, there's some things specified by the law that's being proposed. A remote state with due process is permitted to remove a licensee's privilege to practice in a remote state for a specific time, impose fines, take any other necessary actions to protect the public. And during that time, the licensee would be ineligible for a privilege to practice in any member state. If the home state license becomes encumbered, the licensee loses the privilege to practice in all remote states until it's no longer encumbered and the privilege to practice has not been restricted for the past 2 years. Let's see, what else is kind of key points? A member state may recover from an LPCC the cost of investigations and dispositions of cases from any adverse action they need to take against the person. And the member state can take adverse actions based on the factual findings of a remote state. So that's kind of an overview of the disciplinary process. Just finally want to talk about the Counseling Compact Commission itself. That is a public, a joint public agency of member states. It's a body that meets at least once per year. Each member state will have one delegate selected by its board, either a current board member, the LPCC member, or a public member, or a board administrator. Each delegate in the Compact Commission is entitled to one vote regarding the adoption of rules and creation of bylaws. And the commission has various powers and duties. It establishes bylaws, adopting rules that are binding in all states, bringing and prosecuting legal proceedings, borrowing, accepting, or contracting services of personnel, including employees of a member state. They can establish a budget and they can appoint committees. All commission meetings must be open to the public with public notice given. There are some exceptions to convene in a closed session for certain specified reasons. The commission is permitted to levy and collect an annual assessment from each member state or impose fees on other parties to cover its budget. It has a rulemaking process set forth, and it is required to provide a coordinated database, which we discussed a little bit earlier. and member states must submit data to the database. The commission is required to notify member states of adverse action taken against a licensee or applicant. And the commission may also initiate legal action against a member state to enforce compliance with its rules. The compact's rules state that, or the law states that laws in a member state that are in conflict with the compact are superseded and that all lawful actions of the commission are binding upon member states. So that's kind of a not so brief overview of everything that the law in the compact says. The compact is required to be adopted as is. It can't have any significant amendments to it because each state has to adopt basically an identical version via its legislature for the compact to go into effect. So it's kind of some background and information about the feedback on the compact. The author is intent for running the compact here in California is they believe it will allow LPCCs in California to fully practice in other member states in person via telehealth, and it will allow counselors in other states to do here, increasing access to the profession. As of this date, 34 states have now officially joined the compact. Arizona actually signed on about last week. They indicate that they hope to begin issuing the first privileges to practice in member states by the end of 2024. They're in the process of establishing their systems, their database system, their rules and regulations, things like that. A couple of notes about the language in the compact. There's a little bit of a discrepancy between the bill and the board's license type. They refer to them as licensed professional counselors versus licensed professional clinical counselors here. It's unclear if that's significant, but a little bit more concerningly, the bill defines professional counseling as the assessment, diagnosis, and treatment of behavioral health conditions by an LPCC, but it defines an LPC as a counselor licensed by a member state, regardless of title, to independently assess, diagnose, treat behavioral health conditions. So there's some concern or question of what exactly that means in terms of what types of licensed professionals would qualify under the compact. It raises the question of whether individuals who are not equivalent to LPCC scope would be able to practice under the terms of the compact. The board typically requires out-of-state licensees to be equivalently licensed at the highest level for independent clinical practice. And there's other types of licensed mental professionals out there that some states license that independently assess, diagnose, and treat. So there is a kind of a standing question of whether they would qualify. The compact commission actually addresses some of this on its website. They kind of go into the explanation of why they did that. And so I've included a link to their website where they explain that. In terms of the education required for the compact, there are some potential educational discrepancies. To qualify for the LPCC license, the board requires the doctoral or master's degree to be a single integrated degree program that's counseling or psychotherapy in content. In the bill, it appears to permit 60 semester or 90 quarter units of graduate coursework that is not necessarily gained in a completed master's degree in counseling. And also the specified coursework topic areas do not appear to cover all of the board's 13 required core content areas. So there's kind of an open question of whether or not that's a concern. In terms of other requirements of the compact, the board would not be able to require any additional coursework that's California specific for these out-of-state people seeking a privilege to practice. Under our current license portability, we allow somebody out of state to apply for a kind of a streamlined process for an out-of-state license, but they have to take a California Law and Ethics CE course, a California Cultures course, 15 hours, and then a child abuse that's California specific. Under the compact, we could require the passage of the California Law and Ethics exam, but we can't require the California specific coursework. Which when we did the out-of-state committee that led to this bill that we put into place allowing a path for out-of-state applicants. The committee at that time had felt that that extra coursework was really important because California's environment is quite unique compared to some other states. That's kind of a something that may be worth discussing. The fiscal impact of this bill, we were asked to, it's kind of unclear at this time. That we weren't really able to get an estimated number of LPCCs nationwide, even from the Compact Commission. They're kind of trying to piece it together. It's kind of unknown. So nobody really has a concrete estimate. The board right now, our board, we have 4,100 active LPCC licensees and 4,400 total LPCC licensees, meaning active, inactive, and delinquent. CalPIC on their website indicates 162,000 LPCs nationwide, although it's not clear where that number comes from. But it could be looking at a big impact. I mean, even if it was 20% of 162,000, if that's a correct number, that would be 32,000 licensees. If it's 5%, that's 8,100 licensees or privileged to practice seekers. So that's a big impact if there's a lot of interest, but we have really no way of gauging the interest. But there would be a fiscal impact on the board to accommodate all of those new privileged to practice seekers, some of who are going to have a disciplinary action or enforcement violations eventually. So that's a potential cost to the board. However, the board is permitted via the compact to recover costs associated with investigations and disciplinary actions. So it's kind of unknown at this time what the exact fiscal impact would be. The bill allows licensing boards to collect a fee for a privilege to practice. There's nothing in their regulations yet that talk about if there's a cap on the amount of fee or what that is. If it can be dictated by the rules established by the commission later, it's still all under development. If the board receives applications from a large volume of individuals seeking privileges but cannot recover enough revenue to cover the increased workload, it could run a processing time deficit or a revenue deficit and require a higher fee for other services. Staff also expects fiscal impacts related to the data system and the required reporting to the data system, the need for the board to run regulations to comply with the compact, and new staff in the licensing and enforcement units. Other just things worth a mention, the bill requires member states to comply with the Compact Commission's rules, which are binding. Each member gets one delegate on the commission who has one vote on the adoption of rules. So there's some concern without the rules being all out there yet, if it would impact the board's ability to act autonomously, although there are some protections in the bill that say that the board can still enforce its own laws on licensees here. It appears the commission could vote to have member boards incur additional costs for memberships, such as an assessment, although the commission is stating at this time they have no plans to levy an annual assessment on member boards. So in terms of other legislation that's running, this is one of a number of compact bills that's running this year. There's also one being run for this psychology interjurisdictional compact, which affects psychology board. There's one for the Board of Barbering and Cosmetology, and there's one for the Board of Registered Nursing. So there's a number of these right here. I think at this point, I'll open it up for discussion. I'm sure there'll be a lot to say. Thanks.
Chris, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I don't know why that happened. I apologize. So we're going to go a little bit off script, and we're going to change the order of things and have the representatives from CalPIC come up to the podium and provide a little bit more context for us so that we can have a more open discussion.
Thank you very much, Committee Chair. I can't see you, but anyway, thank you so much for giving the opportunity and for the committee and staff members here. Thank you so much. I am G.V. Ayers. I represent California Association for Licensed Professional Clinical Counselors, and we are the sponsors of the bill. We're working in cooperation with ACA, the American Counseling Association, as well with this. This is an initiative which they have established and are pushing, are promoting throughout the nation. I think you mentioned in your analysis, Roseanne, excellent analysis. I love the way that you lay the bill out, that you raise concerns. Appreciate that very, very much. You've done quite well with that, as you always do. Put it that way. We are promoting this, pursuing this simply as it's an agreement among states to legislate and recognize other states' counseling licenses in its simplest form. That's what we're seeking to do, and allowing counselors to have a practiced privilege in those member states that are members of the compact. Currently, there are 34. Of what I understand, the latest that I have received information, states that are members of the compact, and there are a number that are on board, at least on board and considering legislation in this year. I've seen numbers of 12. I'm not exactly sure because that fluctuates from time to time. So as the case may be. And what we're wanting to move forward with this conversation, because we believe that the ability to practice across state lines is very, very important. When a counselor has a client that they have developed trusting relationship, a working relationship with, and they go out of state for vacation, for work, or relocate out of state, this would allow that counselor to continue that if they go to a member state in that sense. California was the 50th and final state to obtain licensure for clinical counselors, LPCCs. And it's not our intention to be the 50th and final state to join the compact in that, although the numbers are mounting up on that side, I will say somewhat tongue in cheek there in that way there. One thing that we are, obviously the bill would allow LPCCs in California to fully practice in another member state in person or via telehealth. In the same way, the compact will allow licensed counselors from other member states to practice in California. And of course, I'm compressing a lot of process in that goes there. One thing that we do, that this compact does, that we believe, is it provides greater access to mental health care in California. All are agreed that there's a paucity of ability to provide all of the counseling that's needed throughout the state, in all places throughout the state. This provides greater hands involved in it, greater minds involved in it, greater work involved in the care for those who need mental health care in the state. It also removes barriers to practice without sacrificing public protection, we believe, and it helps address healthcare workforce shortages. We can't magically make licensees appear. We can't, although there's been a great deal of progress that has been done since 2012 when licenses were first issued. And I love seeing your numbers here on that. I did not have those current numbers there, but we cannot magically make those appear. This is the best thing we can do as far as getting more in the workforce here in California. I'm not saying by magic by any means, but we believe that it is a reasoned opportunity to expand some workforce abilities here in this. It also provides greater continuity of care for LPCC patients, as we mentioned before, who travel or relocate outside of California. Provides a seamless ability for military personnel and spouses, although there is the recent mandate from the federal government regarding military personnel and spouses, but this allows practice when they relocate or when they leave active duty. My understanding is that the federal law does not provide for any of that leaving active duty in that sense, and we do know that people matriculate through the military system as simply time goes on there. And we believe that it preserves and strengthens regulatory oversight of the board here in this. So sharing the vital licensing and disciplinary information between state boards in the database, we think that is appropriate. This is not a private run database. This is a state government, or this is a government, a quasi-governmental operation there. And the board authorizes, in the examination field, the board authorizes or recognizes private entities that operate licensing exams and gives a great deal of confidence with those. And they are oftentimes not state government entities there in that. We believe that this is actually could be a safer provision than that. I would like to say a few things that the counseling compact does not do. It does not impact the counselor's scope of practice in any state. Requires the counselors, they have to comply with the laws and standards in the state where the client receives services. That's the simplest way that I know how to put that. So they have to, have to comply with the laws in the state where the services are being received. It does not replace California counselors without a state counselors. The compact supplements and adds to California's counseling workforce. It does not replace California's counseling workforce. It does not compete with the counselor population. We don't believe that it diminishes counselor wages because, that is one thing that we have heard on the periphery here in this. The counseling compact we believe that it does not diminish BBS's licensing and enforcement authority. Under the compact, BBS has full authority to issue licenses, as it always has, and full authority to discipline out-of-state counselors who violate California law. And also that we would also point out that the counseling compact does not allow cross-state practice without any standards. It's not like a driver's license where I can get a driver's license in California and I can drive in any state in the union there, legally drive there. It's not that way. There are some standards. There's some educational standards. There are licensing. Counselors have to meet the same, essentially the same licensing requirements, pass a jurisprudence exam, complete criminal background checks, and register with the compact in order to practice in other states. And so that's basically where I'm coming from. Glad to have a discussion and field any questions that I can. And there are some that I guarantee you I can't answer, but hopefully I have some resources that we can get some to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any comments from our committee members? Okay. Do we have any comments from our audience?
None here.
All right. How about from our remote participants?
This is the moderator. At the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you'd like to make a comment on this item, either click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. And it looks like we have a request from Kathy Atkins. Kathy, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak with a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Hi, this is Kathy Atkins from CAMFT. Our members, including folks who are duly licensed as MFTs and LPCCs, often do express to us the importance of license portability, and CAMFT as an MFT organization is not taking a position on this bill at this time. And we appreciate the discussion and continue to work on portability efforts specific to our MFTs and the MFT profession. And we thank Roseanne and GV for their contributions and overview today.
Kathy?
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Abigail?
Yeah, I had a question about like supervision of like associates. Like, so would the licensees holding like a privilege to practice under the compact be permitted to like supervise associates in all the different states, or would they have to you know, follow through whatever the board is in that particular state? So how does that work with supervision?
I'll speak first, and then I'll defer to GV if he has anything to add. It does not appear that supervision is addressed in the bill. The board would likely need to run regulations to determine whether or not, or under what circumstances, it would allow a privileged practice holder to supervise an associate in this state. We wouldn't have authority over supervision of associates in other states necessarily. But GV, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
I think that concurs with the understanding that I have, Roseanne. I like how you raised that in your analysis. And that does appear to be the situation, the case that the lay of the land would be silent on that as far as supervisor of associates go.
It's possible that the compact could come up with a regulation on that, but I would think more likely the board would have to determine how the board wished to handle it. I think there'd be some regulations that would have to be run if this were to go through.
Yeah, if I may, yeah, the commission and the work that it does is more of the administrative type. I don't think that has the ability, would have the ability to reach down that far to bring specificity there, because there would be, there's too much leeway for change there in that.
Okay, and then so like I guess how will so is it like already clearly delineated like what the compact's rules and actions are versus like the licensing board? Is there like any overlap, or have there been any issues with any other states and licensees being confused or not knowing like which regulation decisions to prioritize? Just wondering about that.
That's an interesting question. I'll talk, and then I'll let GV weigh in as well, if he'd like to. So the compact is just starting up. They're planning to start issuing privileges to practice at the end of the year, is my understanding. So it lays out the bill lays out pretty well. I think, you know, that the board still has authority over its, you know, the privilege to practice holders have to follow the board's laws when they're practicing with a client here. And you know, we have to do things like maintain the database, and so that there's information about disciplinary actions. So it's pretty delimited. It is, you know, a possibility that there may be some confusion when it starts up, and they're still developing a lot of their laws, or not laws, their regulations, which are going to be binding. So it's kind of, it remains to be seen if there's any areas of confusion. I would imagine that there will probably be, you know, some hiccups that need to be ironed out and addressed early on, just like rolling out any new legislation tends to have those. And this is a pretty big project. So yeah, but that kind of remains to be seen at this point.
I was going to say, I didn't understand all of the question, but I think in your answer, I understand the question better there.
Yeah.
But I think yeah, there is potential, and there may be some things that need to be cleaned up. As with any, as with any large effort, there's always some cleanup efforts that need to be done.
I remember when we implemented LPCCs, I mean, there were several years of follow-up legislation to kind of clean up some
Still
unforeseen
is.
things. It's that, and that's normal. That always happens when something big, a new big program comes in.
Through the chair, this is Christy Shields, Regulations Counsel for the board.
Christy, go ahead.
And so my concern is in going through the bill, it doesn't look like the board has really any authority to promulgate rules. It seems like the commission is kind of occupying the field, so to speak, with respect to how this program is implemented and the rules that it has to follow. And one of the things it says is that the board member states have to follow the rules of the commission. And if you go through the bill, it's all about the rules of the commission, complying with the rules of the commission. So I'm just not seeing a lot of opportunity for this board to actually control how this compact is implemented with respect to these particular licensees coming from out of state. So that is something I think the board should really look at hard and see if it's comfortable with basically ceding its authority to this commission in that regard. So that was my take. I don't know if board counsel has a different view, but that's kind of, I did have some concerns about whether there would be, as Ms. Helms indicated, an opportunity for the board to actually do rules to clarify any gray areas. So I'm just not seeing that authority in this bill.
Yes, thank you, Christy. It's Sabina. Hi. I agree. Just like any other compact, we cannot, it's very limited. We can't change the language in this. Usually compact language has to be the same in statute. So we are very limited in what we can do with that statutory language.
I mean, on paper, it definitely looks like there's a lot of upside to this. Couple of concerns that I have include just the training of outside people who are trained outside of California and their ability to come in. I know that we would require them to take some courses, but I don't know. I don't know that would meet the threshold of of consumer protection. The other concern that I have, and I don't know how relevant it is, California is a pretty big state, and only having one vote in the compact seems to be problematic with regards to how this will overall impact the consumers of California. It's just something that kind of piqued my interest. So leave that there. Wendy, you had comments?
Similar concerns there, and Christy and Sabina's comments are a big concern for me too. This does really seem like we are turning over a lot of authority over to an organization that is still working out the kinks and would be bound by future rules they haven't even developed yet. So that's a big concern for me. These unknown costs, another big concern. And then kind of going back to something Roseanne brought up in her initial presentation about our concerns about certain techniques and programs, especially related to LGBTQ plus communities in other states, and our ability to ensure the safety of our residents in those areas as well. So I think there's a lot of work to be done before this seems like something that would be ready for us to participate in.
Yeah.
I had a question, like more clarification question, Chris.
Okay.
The bill sometimes says licensed professional counselors, and then in other times it says licensed professional clinical counselors. Are those two different things, or is it the same thing?
we license licensed professional clinical counselors, and we have a very specific definition or in the scope of practice. I did raise the concern in my analysis that there's a specific definition of LPC that the bill uses, and it talks about their particular definition. So there is a little bit of a question about the regardless of title definition of an LPCC. What exactly that means. Is it the exact same type of individual that the board licenses, or are others going to be able to come in? There's different things in other states that are licensed. They have sometimes art therapists are licensed in other states, or rehabilitation counselors, things like that. There's a lot of different types of counselors that are, so that's one question that I have, you know, that the board's going to have to weigh if they're okay with.
Yeah, right. Like looking at the quality and consistency of the education and experience requirements for the people that are practicing under the compact, I think is important to know.
Thank you. Abigail, any other comments from our committee or questions that we have for guest? I don't know that we're, I mean, does anyone want to make a motion for anything?
Chris, we haven't gone out to really public comment online, actually, still.
Oh, we do? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we still have that. Sorry.
Okay, let's go back to our online comments. Moderator.
All right, this is the moderator, and I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, you can click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and it doesn't appear like there are any requests for public comment. Would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. So Roseanne, I don't know that we're in position to make a motion unless one of my committee members feels like they want to make a motion.
That's okay. We can definitely, you know, watch the bill and see what happens between now and May, I think 17th, and bring it to the board then.
I think that would be the best. I think we still have a lot of questions with regards, and maybe they're not questions because I think the language is fairly clear about how we will be limited in you know, in having any say over the rules of the compact, and to Sabina's point, it has to be consistent across states, otherwise it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think a watch and have a fuller discussion at the board would be a good idea.
Yeah, wait and see. Yeah, this bill, it's unique because unlike other bills, we can't ask for amendments if there's something that wants to be clarified. They've done some minor technical just wording amendments, but it has to look the same for every state. That's kind of part of the definition of the compact. So the board's not in a position where it can really ask, we want this to be clarified or this language to be taken out. So yeah, I think that a full board discussion might be the way to go on this.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that discussion. All right, moving on to item number 10. Next on the agenda is discussion and possible recommendation regarding Assembly Bill 2651, Baines alcohol drug counselors. Roseanne?
Yeah, this bill, I just kind of wanted to bring it to the board's attention because there has been some interest in this bill, and we've participated in a few stakeholder meetings. AB 2651, alcohol and drug counselors, would create the licensed alcohol and drug counselor board under DCA for the purpose of licensing alcohol and drug counselors. Although there's always some debate about whether this particular bill belongs under this board. So right now, DHCS reviews and certifies alcohol and drug programs to make sure they meet the state standards and to develop standards for minimum levels of competence or quality of these programs. The law provides that DHCS is the sole authority in state government to determine the qualifications, education, training, and experience of those working in alcohol or drug abuse recovery programs. It identifies 10 organizations approved by DHCS to register and certify alcohol and drug counselors, and it requires all alcohol and drug counselors providing services in an AOD program to register and obtain certification with one of these organizations within 6 months of their hire date. They need to be certified officially within 5 years. And so then the certifications have some minimum experience. So this particular bill would create the licensed alcohol and drug counselor board under DCA right now, consisting of a total of 10 appointed board members. The bill permits a licensee to engage in the practice of alcohol and drug counseling, and it provides a specific definition of what engaging in the practice of that is. Specifying that it includes things like clinical evaluation, treatment planning, referral services, counseling. It specifies that the defined practice of alcohol and drug counseling is not intended to constrict or limit persons licensed by the LMFT or LCSW practice acts from performing any of the designated actions, provided they don't use the licensed alcohol and drug counselor title. It defines various functions of the board. It permits the board to partake in certain activities. It sets licensing requirements, including a master's degree, supervised practicum, 2,000 experience hours, and an exam. And so it sets up all of the requirements basically that a typical licensing board does. In terms of what the author's office is trying to do, they're trying to seek title protection for licensed alcohol and drug counselors to have a consumer protection mechanism. The granting of the title would allow the consumer to know that the practitioner has met specific education and training requirements and undergone a background check. It is a title act versus a practice act. All of the board's current acts are practice acts, not title acts. A practice act is a law that prohibits the practice of a profession unless a license is held. At this time, the bill does not appear to be a practice act, just a title protection act. The bill it's a single modality license that's being created. It would create a license to treat only one type of diagnosis. An alcohol and drug counselor would have to be able to differentiate between an issue that's solely attributed to the alcohol and drug abuse problems and other symptoms and issues that may be a diagnosis outside of their scope of practice. There was a bill, SB 570, run in 2014, which is very similar to this bill, and it contains some language about requiring alcohol and drug counselors to know when they needed to refer out. And so I've included that analysis in my analysis, that language. It might be helpful to include in this bill as well. The bill offers protection of 2 BBS scopes of practice, but it does not include LPCCs. It specifies in 2 places that the defined practice of alcohol and drug counseling is not intended to constrict or limit any of the following. It includes LCSW and LMFT, but not LPCC. And then there's also another section of the bill, 469B, that also leaves out LPCCs. The bill has 2 sort of strange permitted activities of the board. Business and Professions Code 4456B permits the board to assist relevant committees in reviewing and making determinations about sunrise review applications for emerging behavioral health license or certification programs, and also referring complaints about licensed and certified behavioral health workers to appropriate agencies and organizations, and cataloging complaints about unlicensed behavioral health workers. Not exactly sure how that's completely appropriate to be under that board versus another board. That's a little strange. We'll see if that language stays in there. Not sure if that language has any implications for the BBS, but at this time, it's being proposed as its own licensing board. We'll see if that changes in the future, and I will open it up for discussion now.
Okay. Committee members? Wendy?
It's just really not clear to me why it's necessary to create a whole board for one specific license type that's already kind of integrated into other practices. And it seems to me, I'm public member, so I'm not a clinician, but it seems to me like alcohol and substance abuse issues are often tied to other mental health conditions. And so having a license type that's really only qualified to treat a portion of their problem doesn't seem to do as much service for the consumer as perhaps the intent is. It's my initial reaction.
Thank you. Anything from you, Abigail? No? Go ahead.
I guess, yeah, what is the problem that we like how is this going to impact, right, the current landscape of alcohol and drug counseling services in California, because it is a niche, right, inside of the mental health, but there are people that don't have a master's that are doing this work and have like high school diplomas, and they take different classes. I know like in New York, there's a credential, you get credentialed in addiction and substance abuse and call yourself a counselor. It's called KSAC, and they have all these different, requirements. But you don't need a master's or even a bachelor's to do this work. And that's all they focus. I have done like intake specific to like substance and drug use is very, very detailed. So it does require like a specialization that this these issues and are very focused on it. So I guess what's the current landscape? Like why is this bill and it's like different versions of this bill that I saw keep coming up over and over and not passing. So like what is it that everyone keeps trying to fix? And then like what is it that why isn't this any of these bills passing?
I think historically, they've tried different versions of this bill, licensing the whole group. There are different, as you alluded to, there's different levels of professionals, and some bills have attempted to license all of them. There's a lot of, I think, concerns with like grandparenting and how that would work if those bills have gone through. So that's why some of those have died in part, I believe. I think the bottom line is they're really just trying to have a better system for have a licensing board so that the consumer knows that it's a state agency that they're going to, that the person is licensed by this board, which means they met specific education and training requirements. That's what the author's saying. They're also indicating that it would allow them to reimburse for Medicare. So I think that there's been several efforts that kind of license on various levels. This one just focuses on master's level. I think that they're the hope is that, eventually it can be more, but I think some of these bills have tried to bite off a little bit too much at one time. And so they're trying it this way this time.
Oh, so this bill only focuses on master's level mental health professionals?
Yes.
Okay. And
master's level alcohol and drug counselors. Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Wendy.
Roseanne, why has the author shared like why it's necessary to create a whole nother board and entity to regulate this rather than putting this under an existing entity?
I think that there's kind of some question about where it would go. There's been efforts, there's been DHCS, which regulates the facilities, has been raised. They've suggested licensing it under this board at one time. That was rejected by the board previously. Then it kind of creates some problems with our disciplinary guidelines in terms of a large number of these licensees at times have convictions or that would subject them to the uniform standards of testing and things like that. And there's a concern that they would need to kind of have like a carve out from the uniform standard, so they didn't have this cost prohibitive. They would always have to be, doing drug and alcohol tests for some of them. And so the board at that time didn't want that and didn't like the single modality of the practice. So that was opposed. I think that there've been a couple of efforts to do it under DCA in general. It is kind of if you look at the whole career ladder, it's kind of a large group, not this particular bill right now, but I think that kind of the vision is to have it be a larger group. So I think that they're thinking that a board might be helpful to have.
Okay, thank you.
Are there comments from anyone in the audience?
None in public.
Okay. How about our remote participants?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A feature?
Yes, moderator. Okay, I think I fall kind of along the lines of Wendy with just the question is why do we need another a board for one license type, even though it's a title license type. So I don't know that. I guess I have more questions. So Abigail, is your hand up? I apologize.
Yeah, it is up. I guess like what is the structure now for the alcohol and drug counselors? Like how are we ensuring consumer protection? Like how are we gauging right now how those professionals are bringing excellence and being ethical? What's the structure that's currently in place?
Well, they have the certification.
yeah.
They have certification not through us, but through Department of Healthcare Services.
DHCS registers and certifies 10 organizations that certify it. So
And so they have to operate outside of our scope of practice, whatever they're doing. So that's, I guess, kind of the guarantee for, is the certification. So we really have no oversight over them, and because they're not coming into our scope of practice.
Okay, but the Department of, you said healthcare?
Department of Healthcare Services?
They're overseeing?
Correct. The facilities and I believe the certification
organizations, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And do they oversee like any continuing education? Is any of that in place, or how?
I don't think we really looked into the certification agencies and what they actually, ask their members to do. They usually have a structure of some sort, I think, like that.
They have a certain number of hours of education. They specify hours of work experience, and there's an exam that they have to pass. So
okay,
yeah.
So there are some regulations and there is oversight but I guess like
Non-governmental oversight, yeah.
Governmental. Yeah.
non-government, okay.
Yeah,
It's
but there is
non-government.
a oversight in those organizations.
Okay, so what this bill wants is governmental oversight.
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
So where would we go from here? Because I don't know if we're ready to
Bring it to the vote.
I'd like to bring it to the board for more discussion, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, we can definitely do that. That would work well, I think.
Yeah, I don't know that we're in a position to support it at this point.
Yeah, I would want more information on like what are the benefits, right, of the governmental oversight, other than like, you know, things that I can think of, like just in more detail. And yeah, how it's always been with the Department of Healthcare Services, and so what's happening there where we're like, okay, that's not enough, we want something else. That I would want more information about that.
All right. Thank you. So at this point, we need to take a break for lunch. Welcome, John, and we're going to take a break.
Sorry, John.
So I'm told that we'll need to take 45 minutes for our staff to have a sufficient break. So that means we will return at 1:30. All right. Thank you all so much. See you at 1:30.
Abigail's still here, but she had to leave. Oh, she's not leaving. Okay.
This is Sabina. Oh my gosh, sorry. Once we see Abigail's camera, we'll be good to go on the board member side. We're good here. Oh, and Christy, yes.
Yeah.
Let me see. I can't see who's online.
Mic's open right now.
Huh?
I have the mics open, or do you want me?
He's
to go?
on as a panelist.
It's
Okay,
fine.
I'm online. Sabina, it's Christy. I'm here.
okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. You all had a nice lunch. We are going to make some adjustments in the agenda for time constraints. We are going to move forward with agenda items 17 through 21 first. Then we'll move to 14 through 16, and if we have time, we will address the remaining items on the agenda. So that being said, item 17, discussion. Next on the agenda is the discussion and possible recommendation regarding proposed amendments to board-sponsored legislation, Senate Bill 1024, OCHA-BO, Healing Arts, Board of Behavioral Sciences, licensees, and registrants. Roseanne?
Yes, thanks, Chris. So the board is sponsoring SB 1024 by Senator Ochoa Bogue this year. The board approved the amendments currently in the bill at its meetings on both November 17th, 2023 and March 1st, 2024. And basically what SB 1024 as currently written does, it is making amendments to requirements regarding the physical display of a license or registration. All registrants receive a paper copy of their license or registration. The law requires that they display this license in a conspicuous place in their primary place of practice. This doesn't quite account for the practice now of telehealth being common. And so the board felt that the law needed some updating because the primary place of practice may be virtual and it might be difficult to display. So the board is proposing to require in this bill the license be displayed in the primary place of practice when seeing clients in person. And to account for telehealth, the board is also proposing to require therapists to include their name, license, or registration number, type of license, and expiration date in the required notice to clients that's provided at the beginning of psychotherapy services. So that's the first thing this bill does. Second thing it's currently doing is clarifying who qualifies as a supervisee in a certain instances. The law uses the term supervisees to refer to individuals required by the board to be under supervision. However, in a couple of cases, additional clarity is needed. Particularly in the case of group supervision and who should be allowed to count toward the 8 allowed in group supervision. And then there is a limit on the number of supervisees per supervisor in non-exempt settings. And that's limited to 6. However, there's some ambiguity in who exactly that includes in those 2 situations. So the board is proposing amendments in those areas. We received a couple of pieces of feedback regarding 2 possible amendments that various individuals would like to propose to the bill. So staff is recommending the board consider a couple of amendments. First, we received feedback regarding the number of persons supervised per supervisor in non-exempt settings. A stakeholder has noticed that the proposed amendment limiting an individual or triadic supervisors in non-exempt settings to a total of 6 persons who are receiving supervision for providing clinical mental health services in a non-exempt setting could cause confusion in one particular case. They point out that if the supervisor who is also overseeing licensees for their organization, it raises a question about whether the licensed persons count toward the 6, even if that person is receiving more of like an organizational type of supervision rather than close level supervision that a pre-licensee must have. So staff is recommending a little bit of a language clarification. Staff recommends that the limit of 6 persons only apply to non-licensees, non-full licensees, as the level of supervision for this population is generally different than a organizational supervision provided to a licensed person. So we're proposing, and the language is shown in the memo here, that it states that the supervisors are limited to a total of 6 persons who are not fully licensed at the highest level for independent clinical practice and who are receiving supervision for providing clinical mental health services in a non-exempt setting. So it would apply in non-exempt settings under those conditions. It should be noted that the same concern does not apply to the similar amendment the bill is making to limit the number of supervisees per supervisor in group supervision to 8. In 8, even if it was a licensed person, I think that we would want to keep that keep that as counting because they're still, even if it was a licensed person participating, they would still be taking up a spot in the group. So there's a little bit of a nuance there. So we're just proposing to make that one amendment to the section specified in the memo. The second proposed change is really minor. It's just based on a change that Legislative Council recommended when they were drafting up the last set of amendments after the March board meeting. The Legislative Council suggested, right now we're saying a licensee shall display their license in a conspicuous place in the licensee's primary place of practice when seeing clients in person. Leg Council pointed out that instead of saying see clients, it would be better to use the term rendering professional services. It's more consistent with how other references in law in the Board's Practice Act regarding providing services. So with that, the changes, I've marked them up I took the most current version of the bill, and then the changes that I'm proposing are shown in red underline in attachment A, which is the most current version of the bill. So you can take a look at that there, and I will open up for discussion.
Thank you, Roseanne. Any comments from our committee members? John, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Hey, yes, I'm here. Now I can cause problems for everybody. Hey, Roseanne, on the change in 2, I know it's a simple change, but should it actually read rendering professional clinical services? because I know in my office I provide other services. So I just want to make sure if we need that extra little bit of clarity.
That's a good question. We in the law it references rendering professional services in several cases. I can go back and look and see and make a recommendation on that. But I don't think I think that's a good suggestion. I just want to make sure, kind of weigh it with being consistent on how it's used in the context of other things. But I could take a look at that and report back at the board meeting if you'd like.
Yeah, I just think it provides a little bit more clarity for those practitioners who are providing multiple types of service in those settings.
Okay.
All right. Any other comments? Okay. Moderator, would you please? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about our friends in Sacramento. Anyone in the audience in Sacramento have a comment?
Nope.
All right. Then moderator, would you please open it up for public for our online participants?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing none, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Okay, do we have a motion to move forward?
Would you like me to state the motion, Chris?
Yes, that would be great.
I think that in this case, the motion would be to direct staff to examine utilizing the term rendering professional clinical services to see if that would be appropriate in the context of the law, and report and then report back in May on that, and then bring the proposal bring this to the board in May for consideration as amendments to SB 1024.
Yes, I will move that. Have a second?
This is John. I'll second.
Excellent. Any discussion from our committee? All right, any discussion from our remote members? Moderator?
I apologize. I thought that you were asking about the committee members.
Sorry, I used the word members. I meant participants. I apologize.
No worries. All right. This is the moderator at the direction of the committee. I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. All right. Were there any comments from the audience in Sacramento?
No.
Thank you. All right, Christina, would you take the vote?
Chris Jones,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
Yes.
John Sovek,
Yes.
Wendy Strack.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Christina. All right, our next item on the agenda is discussion and possible recommendation regarding the board's sunsetting statutory provisions. Roseanne, would you give us an overview, please?
Yes, the board's sunset date is coming up. It's going to be January 1, 2026, but there's work to be done before that. The legislature, via its business and professions committees within the next year, are going to be conducting a sunset review of the board in early 2025. And then legislation will be run to adjust the board's sunset review date and make any statutory amendments it deems necessary. The board has two key provisions in statute that are also set to sunset on January 1, 2026. When developing these statutes, the board chose to give each a sunset date that aligns with the board's sunset date, so that any needed adjustments to those newer statutes could be done via the sunset bill if needed. For example, if there was any unintended consequences that came up, or any clarifications that needed to be made. And I wanted to bring, both of these are going to require a little bit of thought, and maybe it's not something you want to make a decision on right away, but I want to get everybody kind of thinking about it, and what they might want to have, what information they might want to have to make a decision. So the two sunsetting provisions are the allowance of supervision via video conferencing in all settings, and also the temporary practice allowance. So in terms of the allowance of supervision via video conferencing in all settings, that was put into place via a bill that was signed in 2022, AB 1758, to allow supervision via video conferences in all settings instead of just exempt settings that had been previously, supervision had only been allowed in exempt settings. AB 1758 requires the supervisor doing supervision via video conferencing to conduct an assessment of each supervisee within 60 days in order to determine if the supervisee is appropriate for supervision via video conferencing, and they may not utilize supervision via video conferencing if they determine that it's not appropriate. And the law change was prompted by the COVID-19 state of emergency, when a large number of people began doing supervision online as a result of waivers due to the COVID emergency. But there was, as that happened, a lot of individuals found that there were some unexpected benefits. It include increased access to supervision for pre-licensees in rural or underserved areas, the ability to maintain a supervisor-supervisee relationship if one party moved a further distance away, the ability for individuals with health concerns or disabilities to continue their work more easily without having to go and meet their supervisor in person were some of the benefits. And so there were also concerns at the time that the board decided to sponsor a bill to put this in law, that it could affect the quality of supervision. And there just was not a lot of information known at that time about it, and because it came together so quickly. So that's why the board chose to put a sunset date on the allowance and to align it with the board's actual 2026 sunset date, so that it could be reassessed when more information was available. So in anticipation of knowing that this is coming, I've managed to find a few, there's 4 different publications that I found that provide some more updated information about supervision via video conferencing. I'm kind of a little bit limited to ones that are not behind paywalls and that can be published in public board meeting materials. So there's 4 here. In review of these publications, staff noted we noted there's themes of acknowledging across these studies, they seem to acknowledge that there are both benefits and challenges to telesupervision. They also still are tending to note the need for more research, better quality and consistent training, and the importance of ethical guidance. So those are some of the themes I saw in looking through those articles. And so the board will, at some point before the sunset bill runs beginning in January 2025, need to make a decision on, do you want to extend that sunset date out a few more years? Do you want to just delete it and not have it sunset anymore? What is the preference for how the board would like to deal with that sunset date? So that's the first one. The second one is really brand new, and we put a really short sunset date on the temporary practice allowance, just to make sure, because it was a brand new thing and we wanted to make sure there are no unintended consequences. It's a little early to tell yet. It's only been in law since this past January 1st, but again, we want to start thinking about it, and probably it's more appropriate to give this one a little bit more time. It's just a question of how much time to extend it. But the 30-day temporary practice allowance allows somebody who's licensed in another state and their client's visiting here, basically if they meet certain qualifications, to see their client for 30 consecutive calendar days while they're traveling. January 1, 2026 is also the sunset date here. Like I said, the program has been effective since January 2024. As of mid-March, when I turned in this analysis, we were getting about 5 requests a week for a total of 53 from January 1st to mid-March. So it seems to be being utilized. No obvious problems have come up yet, but it's still pretty new. But we do need to start thinking about if that's extended and how much to extend it. So I just wanted to start this discussion. No decisions have to be made right now, but if there's a direction you're leaning toward or anything you want to examine, I thought it would be helpful to know sooner rather than later. So I'll open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Roseanne. That was great. I guess I have a question as to how we are how are we getting the data that we need to make the informed decision regarding regarding how well these things are working?
That's a good question. I mean, one of the concept is we do surveys of some sort.
Yeah, we did in our recent survey that we just closed. We don't have results yet, but the workforce development did a survey, and one of the questions we asked in that survey was to rate the effectiveness of supervision via video conferencing on a scale of 1 to 5, and then there was the option to provide comments. So like we're going to be assessing the survey results in the coming weeks. But we did ask that question, so we will have the results of that question. But if there's anything else, I mean, that's kind of what staff is sort of looking for direction of, like, what do you want? There's not, I mean, I didn't find a ton of new research that was like, oh, supervision via video conferencing is great, or no, it's not great, like one way or another. It's still kind of, it's from what I saw, it's still being presented as there's pros and cons. It's good and bad. I don't think anecdotally we've seen any
We haven't seen any
major unintended consequences or anything like
correct.
that from either of these programs, which is one of the reasons we put a sunset date in it, is to just kind of see if we wanted to be able to react if something happened. But yeah, it is an interesting question of what we would need to get the board to a decision it feels comfortable with.
And really quick, just anecdotally too, just looking at the survey really quick, the results we had, not really delving into it too far. It almost seems inconclusive too. You have a 50-50 split, it looks like, of people thinking it's great, people thinking it's, not the greatest. So but we can present, we'll look more into that and present a more in-depth analysis of that question for this.
And maybe we need to look at also with regards to the supervision, like, we talked about ethics and those sort of things, but I mean, that's a hard thing to kind of quantify and get data on as to how good is it, right? The effectiveness of it. So maybe we need to look at the types of questions that we're asking too in the survey, like, for example, compare and contrast, in-person effectiveness of the in-person supervision versus telesupervision. Do supervisors see a difference in the quality of their interns,
Their supervisees,
associates, as a means of effectiveness? I don't know, I'm just kind of brainstorming a little bit, but I think figuring out ways to get some good data on that might be helpful.
we have a lot of we did ask, the effectiveness of what people thought of the effectiveness of that on as a personal matter. But there was a ton of free-form comments. And so weeding through those and kind of seeing if we can find some sort of pattern to those two might be helpful to bring that up. So,
great. And we don't need to make a decision because this isn't gonna, these things don't sunset until 26, correct?
Correct. I just wanted to kind of get you thinking about what you might want so that we have time to gather that if needed, or just kind of start thinking, knowing that there's a decision coming that's going to have to be made. We will probably want to have a fairly good idea by November of what the board wants to do with that. It could possibly be pushed to as far as March, but we wouldn't be able to push it much farther than that.
No, thank you. Abigail.
Yeah, just to add, I'm curious, like, has the reach expanded, right? Are we supervising more people in rural areas, right? Areas that were difficult, right, in the past? So not just like the effectiveness, but also like what's the reach? Because I know that was an issue in the rural areas. So do we ask any questions like that so that we can see how many people we are impacting and in what areas?
We didn't ask specific questions like that. I mean, I don't know if we'd be able to. We might be able to collect data on that. I think just the basis of it does. I mean, and literally, it does open up the ability to do that. I think must be taken in consideration, whether we have the data or not. It does allow for that. So, but we can. It might, some of that actually, some of the questions we asked might come out in the comments section too.
HCI data, is it HCI?
We could see if HCI has some data about the locations and such, but it's really, I think we would have a hard time, looking at who's supervising who and where they're located and how that affects. But it doesn't preclude us if we have a couple months. I know we just did this survey, so I don't want to get survey burnout. But maybe we could do something in the future in a couple months from now. So we will look.
John.
So, Roseanne, I love the articles you provided, and basically the same like speed bump we're hitting. All the articles identify is there's just not enough concrete evidence on this form of supervision. All four of them have that same conclusion in their statements. So I think we are definitely, going a little bit blind here, but I think the idea of finding ways to gather information about the actual experience of people using it could be really important. And Steve, I wonder if another way, because once again, we're not going to have scientific fact. It's mostly going to be anecdotal. Is this something we could do polls and survey questions on the Facebook page? So use social media to get responses. You could ask a basic question, or you could say, what's your experience of, and take those and gather them to create another source of information. Because once again, we don't necessarily have the hard facts and research to gather. So maybe a better way to approach it, realizing that even people who are researching this don't have hard facts right now, would be to try and gather more of this anecdotal information to see how our population is responding to this change.
Yeah, no, that's all. First of all, I think there's going to be some responses that we have received in the current survey that just closed. But and we used, to distribute that survey, we did use Facebook and social media. But I know I know that I've seen in some of the social media pages that I've seen where they do actually, it's really anecdotal. It's like almost having a vote button. Do you like, video supervision? Has it helped you mark, click? I forget what they call them, but yeah, it'll show you how many percentages and stuff. We could possibly, that would be, actually, it would be an interesting thing to do since we do have a pretty good reach on that.
Yeah.
30,000 people, if they just have to click one or two buttons.
We could have a post that's like a discussion and then learn from that. I mean, obviously, like you said, John, it's not scientific, but it would probably give some interesting perspectives.
Right. And once again, because even those studies you pointed out, nobody has conclusive energy one way or the other. So I think that's where we're going to gather our most information. And Steve, I think your idea too of being very directive. If you have been doing online supervision as a supervisee, have you found this to be effective? Yes, no. And then ask the same question as a supervisor. Have you found this type of yes, no? And then flesh out more comments and questions from there. But like to start with a really basic, easy survey, and then that'll help direct other questions that they might ask. But I think because we've got the time frame, this could be just meted out over the course of the year. And then by the end of the year, we might have a really nice little packet of information that we can bring to the board.
I like it.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely look at doing that. That's a great idea.
Thank you. Any other comments from our committee? Any comments from the audience in Sacramento?
Yes.
Thank you, Ben Caldwell, MFT. I appreciate that the board is taking a thoughtful approach and trying to get ahead of this and gather a lot of information in advance. That's really helpful. I would respectfully caution against an over-reliance on anecdotal data. Certainly, no form of supervision is perfect, but more to the point, you actually have a more direct measure of problems available to you, and that is complaints. It would be interesting to know whether board staff have noted an increase in complaints related to supervision since the allowance of video supervision in private practice settings. And if so, what the outcomes of those complaints have been. It's certainly fair to say that we don't have a wealth of data about the overall effectiveness of video-based supervision, but bluntly, we don't have a wealth of data about the effectiveness of supervision, period. And what this change did was improve access in a meaningful way, making it easier for folks to get their supervised experience and achieve licensure. From the outside, my impression is that there haven't been significant issues, but again, if the board has complaints to the contrary, we want to know that. I would also lastly just note that the parallel Board of Psychology rule that was also adopted during COVID does not have a sunset date attached to it. They just made it a permanent change. So it might be worth finding out whether the Board of Psychology experienced any significant issues related to that change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Any other comments from the audience in Sacramento?
No.
Moderator, would you please open up for comments for our remote participants?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. And it looks like we have a request from Kathy Atkins. And Kathy, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Hello, Kathy Atkins from CAMPT. I want to say I appreciate this conversation. We've been hearing feedback sort of all over the place on this issue, not enough for us to really take a position or opine based off what we're hearing. However, I do look forward if and how possible to get more data, be it through complaints or other boards. I do feel like it actually hasn't been that long, so I don't even know if there would be complaints generated yet. Not that there would be complaints, but I do feel like it's we don't have a big time period to assess or evaluate. I don't know how you sort of put it off for a year or two. I don't know the technical side of that. But I would hate to make a empirical statement that yes, this is great, or no, it's horrible based off the limited data we have so far. But I do appreciate the committee and the BBS looking at this, as well as stakeholder input. But I would say the feedback is sort of mixed on this, but again, it's purely feedback and nothing scientific.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Okay, Roseanne, do you have enough to kind of move forward? We don't have to make a motion on this, right? We're still just kind of watching and looking at surveys.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is that some suggestions that might be helpful to look at and report back would be to possibly do some survey questions on social media to see what feedback we get there, and compile it for the committee. Looking at the existing survey question that we have just gotten back and looking at the comments on that and seeing what is being said, possibly checking in with Psych Board to see if they've had any issues, and also looking at consumer complaints. So I think we can do all of those things. Those are all great suggestions, and we can report back at the next meeting, which is August. Yeah.
Thank you, Rosanna. Appreciate it. You've got a lot of work ahead of you. All right, next item up for discussion is the discussion and possible recommendation regarding licensing requirements for licensed educational psychologists. Roseanne, would you please give us the overview?
Yes. So what we are looking at doing here is discussing potential amendments to the section of statute for LEPs that specifies licensing requirements. And so there's three separate sort of topics that we're going to be talking about here for discussion. And the text of the overall proposed amendments is shown in attachment A. So the first thing we're doing is we're looking at specifying experience requirements in greater detail. The second thing is clarifying requirements for in-state versus out-of-state school psychologists, because right now it isn't clear what the requirements are for out-of-state school psychologists, or if we even accept that. Only one other state licenses LEPs, and that's Massachusetts. And then the third thing we're looking at is adding an age limit to the passing score on the LEP exam. So first thing first here, specifying the experience requirements in greater detail. Currently, the requirements for LEP licensure are 60 semester hours of postgraduate work in pupil personnel services and 2 years full-time or equivalent experience as a credentialed school psychologist in public schools, and either one of the following: either 1 year of supervised professional experience in accredited school psychology program, or an additional year of full-time or equivalent experience as a credentialed school psychologist in the public schools under the direction of an LEP or licensed psychologist. So one thing that comes up when we discussed LEP requirements is that requiring the experience based on years is currently written instead of hours can sometimes cause confusion because the school year is not a full calendar year. And additionally, some applicants might not work a full-time schedule. So we're proposing some clarifications to the law regarding that. We're proposing that we have a definition in law of full-time or equivalent to full-time, and these references are in the education code. There's a code section we're referencing that defines full-time for pre-K to grade 12 as a minimum of 1,050 hours per year. And then another section of the education code that we're referencing defines full-time equivalent as days or hours of service that a part-time employee would be required to work if they were employed full-time. So that should clarify that there's sort of a minimum number of hours that comprises school year. We also propose specifying that all required license experience as a credentialed school psychologist be gained over a period of a minimum of at least 1 or 2 school years, depending on what section of the law, if it's referencing 1 or 2 years of school that's required, just basically so somebody can't gain all of their requirements in a very short timeline. We have that a similar type of specification that our experience hours for our other license types have to be gained over 2 years, so that somebody can't, let's say, work 100 hours a week to try to gain them. We also proposing clarifying that the required year of supervised professional experience in an accredited school psychology program must be 1,200 hours instead of 1 year. This aligns better with the field experience requirement of the Commission on Teacher Credentialing for a pupil personnel service credential in school psychology. We're not specifying, unlike the other areas of the law here, we're not specifying a minimum time to gain these hours or a maximum age of 6 years old. Because it's gained in a qualifying degree program. So once it's gained, it's gained. We don't want to age it out, or, we want to leave the amount of time it's gained over at the school's discretion, since it's in a degree program. And then also staff has specified that experience gained as a credentialed school psychologist may be gained in either the public schools or another school setting as specified in regulations. Current law states that these must be gained in private schools, but regulations then state that experience in a parochial or private school may be acceptable with the board's discretion, but there's not really any clarification of what the board's discretion is. So we want to make sure that individuals are in these settings are getting the full range of experience that they should be getting. So we're working on regulations to specify in more detail when parochial or private school experience may be acceptable. But we need to establish the authority to do that in statute, which is why we're proposing another school setting as specified in regulations, so that OAL will actually let us make that change in regs. And so I expect there to be some more discussion around this. We're going to propose bringing the regulations to the August P&A committee meeting. We're hearing some feedback. Does it matter who these individuals are employed by? Are they doing all the activities if they're not working in a public school? Are they doing all the activities that a regular school psychologist in public school would do? So we need to look a little bit more in detail at that for the regulations. So that's the first change. The second kind of topic area of changes is clarifying requirements for in-state versus out-of-state school psychologists. Currently, like I alluded to, the law doesn't specify whether the experience must be done while holding a California credential or one from another state. It doesn't specify whether any of the experience must be California specific. And there is kind of some thought that at least some of the experience should be California specific because California has a unique environment with its own set of cultures and laws. So the language in attachment A specifies that if the required 2 years of experience as a credentialed school psychologist was not gained with a California credential, then the required additional 1 year of experience must be gained with a California credential under the direction of a California licensed LEP or a California licensed psychologist. So that would ensure that the person had some California school system training so that they're familiar with the cultures here in California and the laws here in California. The proposal also clarifies that for California credential holders, the 1 year of additional experience under an LEP or licensed psychologist must be under a California licensee. So that's previously not specified. And then finally, the third kind of topic of changes we're proposing is the age limit on a passing score on the LEP exam. Current law doesn't specify an age limit for the LEP exam score. The other boards, license types, their clinical exam has a 7-year-old age limit. This doesn't come into play a lot. Once the LEP exam is passed, the next step is to submit the license for the application along with the fee. Most people, once they've got their experience and passed their exam, they submit this right away. But occasionally we've had an applicant wait for a period of time before completing the final step. We haven't had, to my knowledge, we haven't had it go as far as 7 years, so that's unlikely. But technically, and without an age limit, an individual could, finish all their experience and pass the exam and then not submit for licensure and then come back many years later with an old exam score and old experience and submit for licensure, and we'd have to issue the license. So we don't really want that. So we really should have a 7-year age limit like the other clinical exams do. So like I said, the proposed language is in attachment A, and I will open up for discussion now.
Thank you, Roseanne. That was a great overview. I know that we've had lots of conversations about this. I feel good about the changes. I like that we're trying to define things better. It is very difficult to define what a full-time year is for schools because it is a little bit different in every building. They're all within a ballpark of one another, but I like that we've landed on 1,050 hours, and I'm good with it. Any comments from our committee members? The LEP world is so different for everyone, right? John.
Roseanne, just a couple of questions. So we have two different hourly definitions for a year. We have the 1050 from the Education Code, and then we have the 1200 that you have listed under the Supervised Professional Experience and Accredited Program. Should we try and align those two numbers in some way, shape, or form?
That's a good question. The reasoning behind that is that the degree that they're getting for the pre-degree hours aligns with 1200 in the actual requirements for that, gaining that credential. When we were looking at the hours in a school year, different school districts have different contracts, is my understanding. So it's a different school hour for everybody. It's different hours for everybody depending on what school district they work for. The education code specifies a minimum, and that's the 1050. And so I'm going to let Chris correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that it is better to leave those two as they are written, because they're sort of referring to two different things. One's referring to an in-school qualifying degree and the hours required for that. And the second one is referring to the hours that you're going to be required to work in a school district at a minimum after you've already got your credential. Chris, did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, the 1,200 hours, John, is actually a national. It's a state and a national requirement for your internship, and you have to log those hours in. It has to be signed off on. The 10. I'd actually never heard of the 1050 rule or ed code thing before, as far as full time goes. So the way that they ballpark the 1,200 hours is that there are approximately 30 school weeks in a school year, and a full work week is 40 hours. So that's where I think that 1,200 came into play. But every school, it's based on number of instructional minutes that have to be delivered per school year, which is put in place by the Department of Education. So that's where things get a little bit, there becomes kind of gray. So yeah, it does sound a little off to have two different numbers. But I mean, I don't know if there's a really good way to fix that problem, just because of how ed code reads versus what your internship is also. So,
and my only thought about it is, if we're creating new statute and stuff, and we define a year as two different forms of hours, I think we're just setting ourselves up for potential confusion and something we have to come back and correct in a few years. So I'm just anticipating we might want to look at, if we're finding a definition for a year, we might want to make that consistent as we're building this versus having multiple definitions of it.
and I mean, I don't know if, because the 1,200 hours is also in ed code, right, Roseanne, for the internship?
The 1,200 hours is in the document. Let me see. Let me
It
find
comes
it.
from, I know that's a NASP requirement. Our national organization requires it for NASP accredited programs. Not every school psych program in California is NASP accredited.
I do know the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, their, what they publish for school programs does require that 1,200.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in the document called Commission on Teacher
Right.
Credentialing for a Pupil Personnel Services Credential in School Psychology. So that is the 1,200 hours is a hard requirement. So that for somebody in school getting that credential, they have to have the 1,200 hours. My concern with requiring the same 1,200 hours in a school is that if the school is going based on the state mandated minimum, which is the education code section that we're referencing, then somebody might come up short for a school year. So that's why we referenced that particular code section. So it's kind of an education requirement. There's the 1,200 versus kind of an experience hour requirement, which is what the education code is referencing.
Okay, cool. I do like the idea of adding the additional year for people who got their experience out of California. I do think we have a unique environment that it would be important to have more directed supervision experience to understand the California program, including our cultural differences. And I'm actually in favor of adding, I hate the phrase age limit to the passing score. I do think the idea is hopefully we start getting more and more LEPs that we might find that extended period between licensure or between qualifying and licensure might actually start to play out more. So I think the idea of keeping consistent with our other licenses might actually be really practical.
Yeah, it hasn't yet, but there's the concern that it could. So just kind of for safety assurances, I feel that we should have that in there.
I agree. education is very cyclical, and the practice of school psychology changes on a with as research improves and we learn how to assess better. So 7 years, it could be a completely different completely different arena. So I think it's a great idea too. Okay, any comments from our members in Sacramento?
No.
Moderator, would you open the lines for comments from our remote participants?
This is the moderator, not the direction of the committee. I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you, moderator.
Excuse me, through the chair, this is Christy Shields, Regulations Counsel for the board.
Hi, Christy, go ahead.
Hi. So I did have a question about the phrase in the proposed statutory changes where it says, or in another school setting as specified in regulations. And I realize it's to develop the parochial or private school equivalency regulations, but if the staff are proposing those changes, I'm just wondering why the board wouldn't just put the regulation standards in the statute as opposed to delaying implementation, because when you have to do regulations after statutory changes, the regulations have to wait until the statute gets enacted, and then the regulations take another year after enactment, or maybe less if you're lucky. And so if you wanted to get it done all at once and not have to delay implementation because you don't have those standards in place, I'm not sure if there's a rationale for why you wouldn't put the equivalency standards in the statute too. I just wondered if Ms. Helms knew if there was a rationale for that.
Yeah, that's a great point, Christy. I think right now we already have something about that in the regulations. We're going to be working on cleaning that up. So what I would propose is, and so if all goes well with this, if the full board likes the proposal, the plan is sort of to run this as a bill proposal next year. My thought is to bring back the statute change again to the P&A committee in August, along with the regulations that we're going to be proposing in conjunction with it, so that the committee and then the board can kind of see what the plan is as a whole. And maybe in that process, either beforehand or at the meeting too, we can discuss once we know what we want the statute to look like, which I think we're having a pretty good idea right now of what we like this statutory language moving forward. We can look at what we're thinking about including in regulations and kind of decide what should go where, what's appropriate to put in statute, what's appropriate to put in regulations, let the committee have another look at it in August. And then if we feel comfortable with the statutory language, then that can go to board in September or November for approval to run next year. So that would be kind of the next step I'm envisioning. And we can work with legal counsel along the way on that too.
Okay, well, just letting the board know that we would have to wait for the statute to be enacted first before any regulations clarifying the new statute could go and become adopted by the board.
Yeah, that's helpful to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the committee? Roseanne, would you help us with, there needs to be a motion on this?
Yes, I think the motion would be to direct staff to draft corresponding regulations to this and bring both the proposed statute changes shown in attachment A and the proposed companion regulations back to the committee in August for consideration.
Okay, I will move that. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you, Wendy. Any further discussion? No? Any further discussion from our audience? in Sacramento?
No.
Any further discussion from our remote participants?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. It looks like we got a request from Jennifer Strong. Jennifer, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
I'm an LEP for Cognitive Diagnostic Associates. I had my hand raised a little bit earlier, but I'm not sure it went through for the discussion. And I actually missed the first part of the discussion, so I'm kind of sad because I didn't get to hear all of the discussion. So I'm not quite sure what was discussed. So I'm still kind of composing my thoughts on what to say, but I do want to say that after talking with a lot of LEPs in California and getting their pull on what direction they want it to go in, a lot of them are kind of opposed to the fact to make it more restrictive for outside providers in other states. So I just wanted you guys to take that into consideration before making a vote or anything. And again, I didn't get to hear everything that you guys discussed before, so I'm not quite sure what direction it was going to go in and voted on. So thank you guys for everything.
Thank you, Jennifer. We're just at the point where we are still continuing the discussion, and nothing has been set in stone yet. It's going to move forward to the board to look at the changes, and then hopefully we'll be able to have a full decision later in the year.
Okay,
So
thank
plenty
you.
of time to keep commenting.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment. Would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you, moderator. All right, Christina, would you please take the vote?
Yes. Christopher Jones,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
Yes.
John Sovek,
Yes.
Wendy Strack.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Christina. All right, moving on to
Chris,
yes.
can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
It's very possible my brain totally blanked out for a moment. But on 18, there was a second part about the temporary practice allowance piece. Did we actually cover that or did we not?
We did. I don't know that we had. I don't know that there was a lot of discussion about it. Roseanne?
I think that we'll kind of report back we're going to report back in August on the supervision via video conferencing. I think for the temporary practice, we'll continue to report like how many we've gotten by then. By then we'll be a good 6 months in, and so we'll have a little bit more data. We'll know if there's been any hiccups, and so we can go from there. I think that one we're looking more at it probably because it's so new. Definitely an extension rather than considering whether or not to delete the sunset. So it's a little bit less. There's a little bit less of a hard decision there than the other one. Does that make sense?
Thank you, John. Thank you, Roseanne. Okay, moving to agenda item number 20. Discussion and possible recommendation regarding the board's retired license requirements. Roseanne?
So the board's retired license status was established back in 2011. And the reason it was established is because there was really no option for a licensee to sort of go out gracefully if they didn't want to practice anymore. They either had to put their license on an inactive status and pay a renewal fee of half the regular amount every 2 years, or they had to just basically let their license go into delinquent status, and then after 3 years it would cancel. So the retired license allowed a retired licensee to pay a one-time fee of $40 to get a retired status, and then they didn't have to worry about it anymore. They were retired. If somebody looks them up, it was retired. It didn't say delinquent or canceled or anything like that. And so we've had that for quite a while now. A retired licensee may not engage in any activity that requires a license. including psychotherapy or supervision. For a license to be eligible for retirement, it must be current and active or in an inactive status. It may not be suspended, revoked, or subject to any discipline. There's a one-time fee of $40. Once retired, the license no longer needs to be renewed. They don't have to complete CE, everything like that. So there is some questions surrounding restoring a retired license. A retired license it's really meant for somebody that's retiring. They're sure that they're retiring. They put it in retired status and it's meant to stay there. There are some instances where an individual might change their mind. A retired license can only be reactivated for up to 3 years. In that time period of 3 years, if somebody wants to restore it to active, they need to submit an application to do so, pay the renewal fee, complete 36 hours of CE, and submit fingerprints to sort of get those back in our system. It's a little bit more difficult if the retired license, or it's a lot more difficult if it's been retired for 3 years or more. It can't be reactivated. The person must basically apply for a new license, meaning they need to meet all current licensing requirements, pass all the exams, submit fingerprints. So it's not very forgiving if you decide to come back after 3 years. Currently, we have about 3,000 retired licenses. Occasionally, a few of them change their mind. It's happened about 66 times since 2014. But our license population is getting a little bit older. And so we wanted to, as our population ages, we wanted to try to, make reduce as many barriers as possible. So currently, 16% of our licensed population is 65 or older. It's expected to age more, although you can't really say 10 years from now, that will be 29%, but we'll also have new licensees coming in that will skew the average age younger. So it's not really, you can't really say what it's going to be 10 years from now with precisely, but the licensed population is aging. We decided to look at what some other boards do, prompted by a recent bill by the Board of Registered Nursing to kind of revamp their retired license model. Registered Nursing had a bill, AB 633, last year that made some changes to their retired license status to sort of make it a little bit easier to reactivate. So for BRN, retired licensees are actually established, they have to pay basically what we call an inactive licensee. They pay a fee of half the regular renewal fee every other year. A retired license can only be reinstated to active status one time, but to do a one-time reinstatement, they made it a little bit easier to do so if somebody changes their mind. If retired 8 years or less under the BRN model, somebody has to have completed 30 hours of CE in the past 2 years. If retired more than 8 years, they must either hold a current valid active license they must hold a current valid active and clear registered nurse license in another US state or territory or Canada, or pass the current licensure exam. So that was kind of caught our interest that they made the time frame a little bit wider to reinstate a retired license. Other DCA boards offer retired license with varying features. The number of years at which it's all over the place, number of years in which you can reactivate without applying for a new license. Psych board is 3 years. Occupational therapy is 5. Optometry is 3. So and like I said, BRN is 8. So it's kind of all over. Each board has slightly different rules and slightly different fees. Didn't see a lot of consistency on that for there. The department also has a general retired license law for boards that don't have their own. So there's some leeway that the board can do to if they wanted to make changes to our statutes for retired licenses. So we at the January meeting, the P&A committee discussed this, directed staff to look at BRN's revamped license. We did that, and we drafted a proposal with some various features. So, and that's shown in attachment A, but what we drafted, the changes are as follows. So right now there's a problem because our law says that in order to retire a license, it needs to be active or inactive. So that means that if somebody's let their license fall into delinquent status, so because they don't want it anymore, meaning they haven't renewed, they've just let it expire. That means that they have to basically bring that license back to active or inactive status in order to be able to retire it. So what that means is if they have to basically pay a fee to either renew it in active or inactive. They have to complete CE if they want to put that as an active status to retire it, only to turn around and retire it. So it sort of penalizes the individual for wanting to retire in terms of they have to pay us a fee to put it in an active or inactive status and then go just because they want to retire it. So we're instead proposing to change the language that a license can be retired if it is current and active, or if it's capable of being renewed, because a delinquent license is also capable of being renewed. So that would avoid them having to do the kind of formality of putting it in an inactive status, paying that fee, and then paying another fee to retire it. So we thought that might be helpful because that's an issue that we see sometimes. In the proposed language, we limited a retired license from reactivating their license to one time only. So you can only go from retired to active one time. You can't retire it again and then reactivate it. And so, because we don't want somebody doing that multiple times. It extends the time that a retired license can be reactivated without meeting additional exam or education other than CE from 3 years to 7 years. And that 7 years is up for debate. The committee should weigh in on whether that's appropriate or if another amount of time should be considered. I chose that because 7 years is typically how long we consider an exam score valid for a clinical exam. After that, the profession changes a lot, and it's kind of, in terms of at least exams, it's kind of accepted that the validity of the exam needs to be reevaluated. So we chose 7 years there. Also in the proposed language for licenses that have been retired 7 or more years, it changes the requirements to reactivate them. Instead of saying that somebody has to pass all required exams and reapply for a license, meaning meet all the licensing requirements and supervised experience requirements, it eliminates the requirement to apply for a new license, which means meeting all the current education and experience requirements. And instead, it also provides an option to avoid retaking exams if the person holds a qualifying equivalent license in another jurisdiction of the US. So the committee should discuss whether the proposed criteria are appropriate or if other options should be considered. Right now, what it says is that basically to reactivate that license, they need to pass the current examinations, which would be most likely a law and ethical and a clinical, or provide evidence that they hold a current active unrestricted license at the highest level of equivalency in another state and complete a minimum of 6 hours of CE in the subject of California law and ethics. I threw that in there to make sure that they had current L&E. That's debatable whether that even should be a requirement, so we can discuss that. But that's the proposal. One thing to keep in mind concerning all of the above changes is the need to avoid potential unintended consequences. We just want to make sure we don't create an incentive to retire a license instead of going on inactive status when somebody has no intention of retiring. It's really meant for somebody who's not planning to practice anymore. So we don't want it to be kind of an easy way to enter and leave the profession. It's just really intended for people who are simply wanting to retire. But we do want to have a little bit of an out, understanding that things change and somebody might change their mind. So that's what I have to say on that topic.
Thank you, Roseanne. All right, comments from our committee? Okay, John.
Let me make sure I'm unmuted. I am, yay. The only one that I have a piece of feedback on is coming back, retired 7 or more years. I do wonder if we might be wise to put in there that L&E actually has to be part of that. Because in that course of time, legal and ethical will change dramatically. And I think that is one place that we might want to encourage someone coming back to study, come up to code on stuff, pass an exam that says, yes, we've got the legal and ethical as a consumer protection piece.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from the committee? Comments from our Sacramento audience?
Yes.
Thank you, Ben Caldwell, MFT. This proposal looks good based on the earlier discussion. Roseanne, really appreciate the effort that I know has gone into this. Just a question, and I apologize if I missed it. Can you explain the footnote at the bottom of page 2? That I tried reading that and couldn't make sense of it.
I think we'd probably have to get Ellen to kind of really explain that. It was a kind of a glitch or a loophole that people were taking advantage of during the COVID. And it had to deal with some of the waivers we had involved and the way we had to interpret it. So it was like it was a blip. I wish I could explain it better, but.
I mean, I'm good with that. That's enough. It didn't make sense at the time. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you, Ben. Any other comments from the Sacramento?
Oh, no.
All right, thank you. Moderator, would you open the lines for comments from our remote participants, please?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. And it looks like we do have a request from an audio-only participant. Right, so I'll request to unmute your microphone. I believe it's going to be *6 to unmute, and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, this is Kathy Atkins from CAMP. I wanted to thank Roseanne for all her work on sort of this complicated outline. As was previously testified, generally speaking, I think CAMP supports the language here. I'd want a little bit more time to really sit and look at it, but it looks good what's presented. I think one comment brought up was interesting and appropriate of, is law and ethics part of that, as that would seemingly be the biggest change versus general clinical modalities and things of that nature. So we appreciate that comment and hope it is considered, but we thank you for the language and look forward to seeing it at the board meeting as well.
Thank you, Kathy.
All right, this is the moderator. It appears there are no further requests for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Okay. Roseanne, do we need a motion to move this forward?
I actually have a question on what direction the committee members would like me to go based on John's comment with the making the passage of the L&E exam part of that. John, is your intention, so do you want it to be a requirement? So there's 2 different thresholds of when a retired license can be reinstated that we're proposing. One is there's a set of requirements if the retired license was issued less than 7 years prior, and one if it was more than 7 years prior. Would you like, if to reinstate a retired license at all, are you saying that you would like passage of the law and ethics exam in order to reinstate in every case?
Ooh, that's a really good pointed question. I don't know if I have an idea. I think I saw it in the 7-year framework only because I saw that as a large enough time frame where there could be legal and ethical changes that we would want someone coming back into the profession to be aware of. Thoughts from the committee on, like, if it's a 3-year window, does that same concern still apply, or what would you all think?
Require 6 hours of law and ethics every 2 years, right? Correct. So I don't know if that's the line in the sand. I mean, I don't want to just be kind of throwing numbers out, but I would think for sure 7 years.
What if we do, so, okay, so it says if we're reinstating a retired license that was issued less than 7 years, right now they have to complete required CE. And that's 36 hours. So that would, if it's 36 hours, it would include the 6 hours of California law and ethics. There is an option if it's been, well, if it's less than 1 year, then it's not very far out. So they're already going to be required to do a law and ethics refresher of 6 hours as part of their CE. For that, if it's been retired more than 7 years, then we're requiring them, they have two options. They can pass the current exams, or they can provide evidence of holding a current active and unrestricted license as a marriage and family therapist in another state. Maybe instead of and completes a minimum of 6 hours, maybe and passes the California law and ethics exam. Would that resolve it?
I think that covers what I'm thinking, and I do believe the idea, once again, if we're in a 3-year window, the CE, the 6 units might cover and get that information out there. But when we look at this longer time frame, the possibility of more and deeper changes having happened, I think then saying that and having to pass the L&E to come back in, I think that would cover what I'm concerned about.
For the 7 year, for the less than 7 years, do you want to put it at so if it was issued less than 7 years and then we have the requirements, do you want to put to basically to reinstate at all the passage of the law and ethics with if it's less than 7 years, or do you want to say like if it was issued more than 3 years, if it was issued, the retired edition was issued more than 3 years, between 3 and 7 years passage of an L&E. We could do that too.
I think that's saying it.
I have to play with the words.
Yeah.
And so basically if you're looking at the attachment A under E, we're talking about where the license was issued less than 7 years prior to the application date. You have to pay the renewal fee and you have to do the fingerprints and you have to complete CE. And we could add if the license, if issued more than 3 years ago, then passage of an L&E exam. Is that?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, I can draft it like that, and then when we bring it back, if you have further changes, then that we can do it that way too. So I will draft it as over 3 years, because right now we don't have the L&E for 3 years, and I think that works okay. But for more than that, yeah, there might be changes. So I'll draft that in, and then we can rediscuss next time.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess so my question for a motion then, do we want to, and there's, if we run this, it would have to be run as a bill. That would be next January. We have time. We're early. Do we want to bring it back to P&A in August, or do we want to try to bring it to the board in either May or September? Is there a preference? You want to see it in committee one more time and then have it go to the September board, or what would you guys like to do?
The only big change that you're looking at is the L&E, right?
Yeah.
I think that would probably be okay to bring in front of the board.
Okay.
It's not a significant change.
Okay, so then the direction would be to direct staff to discuss changes and draft for the other 3 license types and bring to the board for consideration.
Yes. Someone like to make a motion?
I will second.
All right, then I made the motion. Are there any further comments?
And Christina, that was John Sovek seconding, sorry.
No further comments. Any further comments from the audience? Sacramento?
No.
Any further comments from our audience, our remote audience?
As a moderator and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand icon. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes. Christina, can you please take the vote?
Yes. Christopher Jones,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
Yes.
John Sovek,
Yes.
Wendy Strack,
Yes.
motion carries.
All right, thank you. And with that, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break to let people stretch their legs and do what they need to do. So we will be back at 3 o'clock. Thank you. Continue. And we have everybody back. We set, Steve? All right, perfect. Okay, next item on the agenda, item number 21, discussion and possible recommendation regarding the approval of the implementation plan to seek changes to advertising and other disclosure requirements in the board's statutes and regulations, and initiation of a rulemaking to amend Title 16, California Code of Regulations, Section 1811 for advertising. Roseanne, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, this is a big one. I think, so there's 4 different distinct pieces to this. So I think I'm going to stop after each one to allow for some discussion, but we'll do the motions at the end, if that works for you, Chris.
Yes.
So yes, so this more or less relates to our statutes and regulations related to advertising, although there is a component that comes into play because it's part of the same statute that talks about client disclosure requirements. So we're going to touch a little bit on both, but the main focus here is advertising. So our advertising regulations are found in Section 1811 of Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations. So they're in regulations, not statute. The last significant changes to the advertising regulations were made back in 2013. So we decided it was time to take a look at those again as the landscape has changed with things like social media becoming more common, things like that. In addition to the advertising regulations, all healing arts boards under DCA are subject to Business and Professions Code Section 651, which talks about how false or misleading advertising is prohibited and what false or misleading advertising entails. It contains a definition of a public communication for purposes of advertising to include communication by various methods. The board also has a statute for each license type that specifically defines advertising. And then finally, MFT statute, Business and Professions Code Section 4980.44 and .48, contain client disclosure requirements prior to initiating services and advertising requirements that are specific only to MFT and MFT associates and trainees. But they don't affect other types of associates and trainees, just MFTs. So all of these above referenced statutes that are existing law are shown in attachment B, just in case you want to take a look at what the existing law is now. On our website, we also provide an advertising requirement fact sheet for licensees and registrants, which explains the board's advertising laws as a whole, and also provides various examples of what acceptable advertising looks like. And that's shown in attachment C. So previously, we discussed the board's advertising laws and client disclosure laws at our October 2023 and January 2024 meetings. And the committee considered proposed amendments and directed staff to make further refinements to the language that were discussed. So I'm going to take these, and there's 4 of them. They're grouped into 4 categories. First, our advertising regulations. Then the statute that pertains to related to advertising and client disclosure that pertains to associates, the statute for advertising and client disclosure that pertains to trainees and interns, and then the advertising definition and how that varies across the license types. So first, to start, number 1, the advertising regulations. We are proposing several technical amendments to the board's advertising regulations, including the following. We're proposing deleting reference to MFT referral services, as we don't license referral services anymore. We haven't for many years. Deleting use of the title Registered Associate CSW in reference to social work associates, because frankly, nobody refers to them as that. It's not typically used. Amendments to replace gendered pronouns with gender neutral pronouns. Adding a subdivision G to advertising regs, permitting the use of a nickname or formal legal name in an advertisement, because currently it's unclear whether or not the law permits this. And then adding a requirement that registrants must include in an advertisement that they are supervised by a licensed person. And this also comes into play because it's currently in statute for MFT associates only, but no other associates are required to do this. So we're proposing moving this into the advertising regulations so that it applies not only to MFT associates, but to all associates. So that is attachment A1, which is the advertising regulations. So first I'd like to stop and see if there's any initial feedback on that before we move on.
Committee? Okay. Do I need to move to the public before for each piece? Yes? Sabina?
I think we can do that at the end as long as legal's okay with that. Let's do that at the end. I just want to
Okay.
see if there's any feedback from the board members before we move on.
Perfect. I don't have Sabina sitting next to me to nudge me, so I wasn't sure.
So moving on to attachment A2. This is statute, so first I'm going to start with the MFT statute. Business and Professions Code 4980.44A requires MFT associates inform each client that they are an unlicensed registrant and provide their registration number, name of employer, and indicate what type of license is supervising them. This particular requirement is a client disclosure requirement, not an advertising requirement, but it's in the same code section that we're going to be amending for advertising. So it kind of relates, and it's inconsistent across the license types. So it's the MFT requirement is much more detailed than the comparable ASW and APC statutes. So I've included them all on this page in the memo to compare and contrast. And you can see that the MFT is a lot more detailed than the ASW and APCC, which basically the other two, basically you have to inform the clients that you're unlicensed and under the supervision of a licensed professional. So it really should be consistent across the license types, one way or the other. Otherwise it gets confusing when you're talking about laws and who has to do what and coming up, when you get asked, why do I have to do this? And they don't, and there's really not a good reason why one type would and one wouldn't. So at the previous meetings, the committee directed staff to make the language more consistent across the license types. And that proposed language is shown in attachment A2. It now requires all applicants and registrants to inform each client that they are unlicensed and under the supervision of a licensed professional, and to provide their name of their employer or who the entity they're volunteering for. The requirement for AMFTs to provide their registration number has been removed, as it's not consistent with the requirements for the other license types. Also, who is supervising them has been removed, as it's not consistent. Or actually, no, I correct that. They would need to say that there is under the supervision of a licensed professional, but not the license type. Also in that section, there is specification about additional information that must be contained in an MFT associate's advertisement, namely that the person is a registrant, the registration number, the name of the employer, and that they're supervised by a licensed person. It also specifies that the abbreviation AMFT must be spelled out in the advertisement if used. Every requirement in 4980.44B is already contained in the advertising regulations, except for the requirement that they disclose in an advertisement that they're supervised by a licensed person. At the October meeting, we discussed that this section 4980.44B be struck in its entirety, and that the requirement that to disclose that they're supervised by a licensed person should be moved to the advertising regulations where it would apply to all associates, not just associate MFTs. So that's what this language is doing, and it's shown by looking together at attachment A1, the regulations, and A2, which is the statute. So is there any discussion about attachment A2 before I move on pertaining to associates?
Oh, I think we're okay.
Seeing none, I'm going to move on to the next one. Attachment A3 discusses or pertains to trainees and also social work interns. So the MFT law for MFT trainees, Business and Professions Code 4090-980.48, requires that MFT trainees inform each client that they are an unlicensed trainee, provide the name of their employer, and indicate what type of licensee is supervising them. Again, this subdivision for MFT trainees is much more detailed in its requirements than the comparable statutes for social work interns and PCC trainees. So we propose making those more consistent across the 3 license types. The suggested revisions would require trainees or interns to inform the client prior to performing services that, number 1, they're unlicensed. Number 2, that they're under supervision. MFT trainees only would need to say they're under the supervision of a licensed professional. Other trainee or intern types are not required to be under the supervision of a licensed professional because they do not count pre-degree hours. And then they would also need to inform the client of their employer or entity for which they volunteer. For social worker interns, we would strike the client disclosure requirement and move it to statute because it's currently in regulations and that's inconsistent with how the other laws are structured. And we would remove the requirement in regulations that a social work intern inform their client that they are under the supervision of a licensee because they don't count pre-degree hours and therefore the board cannot require them to be under the supervision of a licensee. So that's the client disclosure piece for trainees and interns. And then for advertising for trainees and interns, they're not included in the advertising regulations because they're not registered with the board and therefore they're technically not under the jurisdiction of the board yet. MFT trainees are a little bit more under the jurisdiction of the board because they can count pre-degree hours, but they're still not registered by the board. And so they're not directly under the purview of the board. So it doesn't really make sense to put them in the advertising regulations, but it is, I think, appropriate to have a statute outlining some of the requirements for them to advertise. So what we've done is we have consolidated the language just for MFT trainees because they're the only ones that count pre-degree hours. So they're kind of doing it under the auspice of I'm gaining hours toward licensure with the board. So we would consolidated the language in 4980.48 B and C to make it so that MFT trainees in an advertisement must state their name, that they're an MFT trainee, the name of their employer or entity for which they volunteer, and that they're supervised by a licensed person. It wouldn't apply to social work interns or PCC interns because they're not in any way being regulated by the board. They don't count pre-degree hours. So that's attachment A3. Is there any comments or questions on that before I move on? Okay, hearing none. Finally, attachment A4. This is basically has to do with comparing the 4 practice acts and their definitions of advertising. Each one defines advertising a little bit different in terms of a word here or there, but LPCC statute actually defines it a lot differently. It doesn't reference a public communication as defined in Business and Professions Code 651A as the other 3 license types definitions does. This omission could affect the clarity of how advertising is defined for LPCCs because Section 651's public communication definition includes electronic communications, and the LPCC definition does not loop this in. It does, 651 does apply to LPCCs as a default because they are a healing arts license, and Section 651 applies to all healing arts licenses, but it might be preferable to clarify this in the definition and make it more like the other practice acts for consistency and clarity. So staff recommends in attachment A4 amending the LPCC 499.12 to include 651's definition of a public communication. And then we also recommended several technical amendments to make the exact wording of the advertising definition in each practice act the same. Since the last meeting, we have made one additional amendment to the proposed technical changes in this language. We have, instead of language referencing notices and church bulletins being part of the definition, it's been changed to reference notices and bulletins from a religious organization, as that was thought to be more accurate. Is there any discussion of attachment A4 before I go on to summarize the motions and recommendations? John?
One question about that new definition
Yes.
is, could it actually be more specific of being notices and bulletins from a religious or spiritual organization?
Organization. I would have, I'd be interested to hear what legal had to say about that, because yes, where I think Christy had asked to make it religious organization rather than church, but if we bring in spiritual, would that have any, is spiritual defined differently? A4.
I'll also wait. Oh, go ahead, Christy. Was that
Oh,
you?
I think that religious is consistent with the practice acts and how that terminology is used currently, and the definition for advertising says religious. So we were just trying to stay consistent with how it's written now. I think that if we wanted to include spiritual at some point, we want to go back first and amend the statutes accordingly, so there wasn't any confusion. That was just my take on it.
Correct. That's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That other places. Right.
Yeah, it's consistent with this because the exempt setting is defined as a priest, rabbi, minister, gospel, or religious. They have a gospel of any religious denomination. Doesn't carve out spiritual, so that could potentially open another door legally. So, and then when we have our exempt settings, that religious doesn't go. So I would recommend not doing that at this time because it could lead to unintended consequences of other kind of entities being brought into that umbrella.
Okay.
Roseanne, you want to summarize? And
okay, I will summarize. Okay, so charts 1, 2, 3, and 4, I've kind of summarized the current and proposed advertising requirements and the current proposed client disclosure requirements. So you can kind of see that right now that they're sort of inconsistent across the practice acts, and you can see how we're making them under this proposal more consistent. So we're making a lot of changes here to both statutes and regulations, and we're shifting some things from statutes and regulations. So we need to be really careful on how we go about implementing this, so that while we're changing it, there's no unintended consequences on our law of striking something and then not having it anywhere in law. So we consulted with legal and we came up with a plan. So the proposal is as follows: that we would need to first run amendments to the advertising regulations, section 1811, shown in attachment A1. And after that was done and approved and in law, then we could run statute changes shown in attachment A2 and A3. Because that would bring in the thing that would allow us to delete things that were being moved to regs. Then after that, we could strike regulation section 1880, which is being brought into statute by attachment A2 and 3. And and that could probably be done fairly easily by a section 100 change because it will be already in law at that point. And then finally, attachment A4 can stand alone. That's a definitional change. It can be done as legislation anytime after board approval. So my thought is possibly in next year's sunset bill because it's kind of an omnibus type item. So that's kind of the plan. So if what I'd like to do is open it up for a full broad discussion with everybody, and then we can go through. We have several motions that legal counsel has very meticulously thought out. So we'll have to read through the motions based on the results of the discussion.
Okay, Abigail.
Just to go back to what like John was saying about the religious organization, I always hear in all documents that they say faith-based organizations or community centers. So I just wanted to throw that out there because that does really stand out a lot. And are we just you know, I don't know. I feel like I'm not complete with that. I'm not changing that. So I'm kind of stuck there.
Okay, I think that does, yeah, like we were saying though, that does add complications since we kind of use that term already in various other places within our statute. So to make any of these changes, we would then have to add another layer onto that. I'm not sure. That was the only concern.
Yeah, I think I would recommend rather than going there, I think changing it from church to religious, I think you can argue is a non-substantive change. And it's consistent with our exemptions to the Practice Act. But if we change it to anything else, we would need to revisit, and that's a rather than becoming kind of a cleanup to make things look the same, it becomes more of a structural, like the way the law is structured. So that's a whole different conversation. So I guess I would advise against doing that as part of this.
I would too. Yeah, I would too. This is a thought.
You good, Abigail? Okay, perfect. Any other comments from the committee? All right. How about comments from Sacramento?
None at the floor? Nope.
All right, moderator, would you open the comments for our remote participants, please?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close that Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. All right, Roseanne, you want to give us the
Yes.
drafted out?
I will read through the motions, and then I think I'll just read, since there's no changes, I think I'll read through all of them and that will be the motion. So it's going to be kind of long. So for attachment A1, the motion is, since no changes are requested by the committee to attachment A1, recommend to the board approval of the proposed regulatory text in attachment A1 and recommend to the board to consider all of the following actions. Direct staff to submit the text in attachment A1 to the director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency for review. And if no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. 2, if no adverse comments are received during the 45-day comment period and no hearing is requested, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations as noticed for Title 16 California Code of Regulations, Section 1811. That's for attachment A1. For attachment A2 and A3, the statutes for associates and trainees and interns. The motion is to direct staff to make any discussed changes, which there are none, and any non-substantive changes, and recommend that the board consider as a legislative proposal should be run after the amendments in attachment A1 become effective. 3, attachment A3 for 16 CCR section 1880 only. Direct staff to make any discussed changes if there is none, and any non-substantive changes, and recommend that the board consider as a section 100 regulation proposal to be run after the amendments in attachment A1, A2, and the statutory amendments in A3 become effective. And then finally, 4, for attachment A4, amendment of advertising definitions. Direct staff to make any discussed changes, if there is none, and any non-substantive changes, and recommend that the board consider as a legislative proposal. So that is the motion.
Someone like to make that motion?
This is John Sovak. I so move.
Do I have a second?
I'll second. This is Wendy.
Any further discussion from committee? Any further discussion from Sacramento?
Nope.
Any further discussion from our remote audience?
So moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close the Q&A feature?
Yes. Yes, thank you, moderator. And Christina, would you please take the vote?
Yes. Christopher Jones,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
Yes.
John Sovak,
Yes.
Wendy Strack,
Yes.
motion carries.
All right, thank you, Christina. Now we are moving back up the agenda to item number 14, which is discussion and possible recommendation regarding Senate Bill 402 Wahab involuntary commitment. Roseanne, would you please give us the overview?
Yes, this bill would include licensed mental health professionals, including those who are not county providers, and the types of professionals who may be designated by a county to take someone into a 72-hour custody if there is probable cause that they're a danger to themselves or others, or are gravely disabled as a result of a mental health disorder. So current law allows these 72-hour holds, also known as 5150 holds, if there is probable cause somebody might be a danger to themselves or others. They can be done by certain specified people. Right now, it's a peace officer, a professional person in charge of a facility designated by the county or its attending staff, designated members of a mobile crisis team, or another professional person designated by the county. Each county behavioral health director must develop procedures for their county's designation and training of professionals to take someone into a 5150 hold. The procedures might include license type, practice disciplines, and experience of these professionals, training and testing requirements. There might be an application and approval process, or a monitoring process for these persons that can do this. A person can be taken into custody. A person taken into custody must be provided with specified information orally and in writing, and they need to consider, when determining probable cause, available relevant information about the historical course of the person's mental health disorder, and if they determine that if that has a reasonable bearing on whether they're a danger to themselves or others. So this particular bill includes licensed mental health professionals in the list of professionals that a county can designate to take into a 72-hour hold. It defines a licensed mental health professional as a psychiatrist, psychologist, LCSW, LMFT, or LPCC who has completed all required supervised clinical experience and who is designated by the county. And it specifies that the licensed mental health professional does not need to be a direct staff of the county or contracted by the county. So the author states the intent of this bill is to expand the mental health professionals who may be able to do this. They note that the decision-making process of 5150s doesn't always include the active involvement of mental health professionals, and it would be helpful to rely more on individuals with experience in this, so that they can help individuals in mental health crisis. Currently, they note that initiations of this are limited to peace officers and what's called county designated individuals. It disempowers local clinicians at the community-based level who build trust with the individuals who may be suffering from a mental health disorder. This bill has kind of an unclear definition of a licensed mental health professional, and it's unclear if the requirement for a licensed mental health professional to have completed all required supervised experience is referring to the supervised experience that might be required by a county, or if it refers to the hours of experience required by the board for licensure. I talked to the author's office. The staffer indicated that it's intended to mean that the person has completed all supervised experience for licensure, which all of our licensees have the 3,000 hours of experience if that's the intended case. So it's a little bit of strange wording in that that's not really necessary if that's what they intend, but I don't know that that's necessarily a deal breaker. It's just not as clear and concise as it could be. This board has numerous support and opposition that cites a variety of reasons, and the analysis is quite lengthy. The most recent analysis, I've included actually an attachment to it. I don't usually do that, but there's just so many lengthy arguments that I thought it'd be helpful to know. Just a summary, supporters state that law enforcement involvement is needed to be able to be admitted for psychiatric care, and they note that police encounters are dangerous for individuals in psychiatric crisis, and they note that the determination from an involuntary hold is much better done by mental health professionals who already have a relationship and not by law enforcement. So that's why they support the bill, is it would involve mental health professionals more. Opponents express that enforcement of the bill is still going to require law enforcement because that's the only way to get the person to go on an involuntary 5150 hold if they do not want to. They state that if the person is willing to go, they should be encouraged to do so without taking away their voluntary status, as the treatment is more likely to be successful. And they also express concerns about what happens if the police officer and the mental health professional disagree about the hold. So those are some of the arguments that goes on in greater detail in the Senate floor analysis if you're interested, but that's kind of a preview of the various arguments pro and con for the bill. And so with that, I'll open it up for discussion.
Okay. I had a question, Roseanne, about the people that were considered the definition of licensed mental health professional. It doesn't say educational psychologist, it just says psychologist. So I don't know if we were, I know that
it does not include LEPs. We can ask to include LEPs if you would like to.
Yes, I would like to. That would be great. Any other comments from our committee? Abigail?
Do we know like any challenges that like may arise from allowing licensed mental health professionals who are not county providers to initiate a 72-hour hold, like someone in a private practice? Or I mean, I'm not sure who the county would designate, and what that criteria looks like, and what's going to be the appropriate level of involvement. Just wondering what the breakdown is of.
Yeah, it leaves it to each individual county. The bill doesn't provide a breakdown. It just each county specifies their own. So this basically opens up the door to allow more providers in the community if they want to, if the county's willing to allow them, and if they want to meet the requirements, then they have they're specified as one of the people the county can designate. So it allows more opportunities. They don't, each county can set their own. So in terms of what problems that's going to propose or not. I guess it kind of depends on what the county decides. But I think that it takes a step to open the door to allow it. So that's all I can really say about that at this point.
Yeah, any other comments from our committee? How about from Sacramento?
No.
All right, any comments from our remote audience?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Okay, Roseanne, it sounds like we need to go back to the authors with some suggestions.
Yeah, I can contact the author's office and ask to include LEPs. Do you want to recommend a position to the board?
What do we think? Does anyone want to make a motion to recommend a position? I don't know that we're ready to do that yet. Maybe we need to bring it back to the board for discussion.
Yeah, I will reach out and ask the author's office to if they would be willing to include LEPs, and then we'll discuss the bill further at the board then.
I feel like that's been a trend today. All right. So then, thank you, Roseanne. I appreciate that. Our next item on the agenda is item 15, discussion of possible recommendation regarding Senate Bill 1012, Weiner, the Regulated Psychedelic Assisted Therapy Act and the Regulated Psychedelic Substances Control Act. Roseanne, would you give us an overview?
Yes, so this bill establishes the Regulated Psychedelic Facilitators Act and creates the Board of Regulated Psychedelic Facilitators under the Department of Consumer Affairs to govern the qualifications for psychedelic facilitators, to ensure that it's safe, equitable, and affordable for adults who might benefit from it. It also, at the same time, creates the Regulated Psychedelic Assisted Therapy Act to establish a comprehensive system to control and regulate the provision of psychedelic facilitation and the production, distribution, quality, and sale of the regulated substances that are going to be used in conjunction with that facilitation. So under existing law, federal law establishes 5 schedules of controlled substances and establishes that Schedule I drugs have a high potential for use, have no currently accepted medical use in treatment in the United States, and that there is a lack of accepted safety use for the drugs under medical supervision. The law establishes a list of Schedule I drugs, which include mescaline, psilocybin, and the other drugs that are referenced in this bill. So under this bill, like I said, it would create a regulatory board under DCA. It defines regulated psychedelic substances as dimethyltryptamine, mescaline, MDMA, psilocybin, and psilocin. It defines regulated psychedelic facilitation as services provided by a regulated psychedelic facilitator to a participant before, during, and after the participant's consumption of a regulated substance. It includes a safety screen, 1 or more preparation sessions, an administration session, and 1 or more follow-up evaluations or integration sessions. The initial preparation session, it has to include detailed information about the substance, including risks and benefits, discussion of the therapeutic process, informed consent, and safety planning. They also need to screen for medical and mental health conditions, family history, contraindications, and pharmacological interactions. And then after that, there is to be a follow-up evaluation 12 to 72 hours after the administration session to assess the person's well-being and is screened for adverse reactions or make referrals to care or supports that are needed. And then so that's what's required sort of as a psychedelic facilitation. There would be a 9-member board composed of appointed persons with experience in specified areas. One member of the board would need to be either an LMFT, an LCSW, or a board certified chaplain. The bill states it's an unfair business practice to use the title of licensed or regulated psychedelic facilitator or other term to imply the person is licensed unless they actually hold this license. The bill also states that this act is not to be construed to limit the Practice Act or of any other licensed professional, including the Clinical Social Worker Practice Act and the Marriage and Family Therapist Act. On the other side, it also creates the Regulated Psychedelic Assisted Therapy Act that would be housed under the Business, Consumer, and Housing Agency, which is the same agency that houses the department, houses and oversees the Department of Consumer Affairs. It defines a regulated psychedelic substance licensee as somebody that holds a license in this division that receives compensation for regulated substances in connection with use in psychedelic facilitation. The division would have to adopt regulations about licensee qualifications, the safe provision of the substances, requirements for the operation of licensees, and policies and procedures to ensure that the substances and provision of facilitation is equitable and inclusive. So basically, the author is stating that the reason that he is running this bill is that although current law lists psychedelic drugs as Schedule I drugs, they note that it's well documented that these drugs have therapeutic and medical benefits. And so they note that their goal is to basically provide California residents with a safe way to use these in a regulated environment. Other states have begun to look at this issue and take some action, most notably Oregon, and then very recently, about a year ago, Colorado as well. Oregon has the most information available. They established something that was called Measure 109 that was voted in by voters in 2020, and it established a regulated program to provide access to psilocybin services. And basically, they have established their system, and I've included links to their particular program. There's a little bit of difference in what it's doing than what California is proposing, but it is interesting to look at the fact sheets and overview that they have on their website. A couple of notes about the bill. There's a couple of places where LMFTs and LCSWs are mentioned where LPCCs should be included also. When talking about who can be a board member, it includes LMFTs and LCSWs, but not LPCCs. In terms of it's not meant to restrict their Practice Act, LPCCs should be included with the other LMFT and LPCC licenses. In terms of related legislation, there's another bill that we're going to discuss today if we have time that basically is kind of a companion bill to this that basically creates a work group to study and make recommendations to establish a therapeutic framework for use of certain psychedelic plants. So we'll be looking at that bill hopefully a little later today. This bill is running as a result of a previous effort by the author last year. Last year, the author ran a bill that would have decriminalized the personal use of certain quantities of drugs containing psilocybin or psilocin, and proposed a work group to study the creation of a framework for therapeutic use. The governor vetoed that particular bill, and in his veto message, he specifically asked for legislation that includes therapeutic guidelines for certain psychedelics and committed to work on the issue once that there are certain guardrails in place. So this bill is a direct response to the governor's veto message, doing what he asked for. And I included a link to the veto message because it was pretty specific in what the governor wanted. And so there's a link to that in the analysis. And with that, I'll open it up for discussion.
Okay. Committee members? Discussion. Okay. Sacramento.
No comments here.
Moderator, would you open the lines for our remote participants, please?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen or use the raise hand function. All right, it looks like we have a request for comment from Kathy Atkins. And Kathy, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Hi, Kathy Atkins from CAMFT. CAMFT is still assessing and reviewing this bill along with other stakeholders, and we look forward to hearing from the committee any thoughts of support and/or concern as we do our assessment.
Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. It appears there are no further requests for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you. Okay. So I'm not sure where to move forward with this. I fall on the side of I want to know more. Which again seems to be the theme today.
Yeah, a lot of these are pretty big topics, and more information will be coming out as they move through the process. So it's okay to say I want to wait till till board, and if the bill's still moving, we'll look at it then.
Okay.
So I'd actually like to propose a different approach. Can we make a motion to recommend to the full board that we take a support position?
Yes,
Make
you
any motion you'd like to.
Okay, then I'd like to make a motion that we recommend to the full board that we take a support position.
All right. Can I ask for clarification and reasoning to help
So
just
the
for my
reason
own understanding?
behind this is we are looking at a long-term research now that is finding that these modalities are incredibly helpful for PTSD, for treatment-resistant depression, and that it is being used out in the field. And in 99% of the cases being used in the field is being really used effectively under very supportive situations. But there is still a small portion that it's not being used in a really well monitored and well regulated situation. And I think what this bill does is it starts to take something that we are using in our field as a really powerful tool to provide services to clients, and says, now we're going to look at it and we're going to try and bring it into a much stronger structure to make it even more powerful and provide safety and support for the clients who are searching it. So I think as a matter of public safety, it's a really good direction to move. Is it perfect at this point? Absolutely not. And we know the bills are going to change as they move through and amendments are going to be made. But for me and the work I do, I think starting to move towards a support position is a really important addressing current practices that are taking place in our field.
Thank you. I appreciate that, John. Okay. Wendy.
So I guess I have a question on this so for existing medication related to mental health conditions, what process does that go through? Or who regulates that? Is that a federal or is there a state entity that regulates that?
You're throwing it to me? Honestly, we can't really say. I mean, it's a schedule.
The federal government regulates drugs, and then there are certain drugs that are prescribed. Our particular licensees are not prescribers. The only mental health professionals that are prescribers would be the psychiatrists and the psychologists.
So that's what you would see. You would see a doctor prescribe this in conjunction with whatever the therapy
process, to prescribe it.
I guess maybe a better question is, so at the point in time when marijuana use was a medical use only before it was legalized recreationally, how was that How was the structure put in place and the approval entity for that? I guess where I'm going with this is, we saw this in another bill earlier of creating whole entities and whole boards for a single purpose, and would this better fit under a structure that already exists? That's
With the marijuana, they actually created the medical marijuana board back in the early 2010s to kind of sort of bring that up into a legal process. So I guess this is kind of doing the same thing, although I'm not as versed in all the federal laws that regulate Schedule 1, Schedule 2.
I'm not either, but I think this also, it's kind of it's a comprehensive, it would be like a comprehensive board, not only talking about the distribution or the prescribing or whatnot. Probably wouldn't get into that, but it's looking at the usage in a really holistic, distributor, you'd have practitioners, you would have, it's a whole structure.
Oh, basically regulating it. So it's not
Yeah.
just out there, it's for specific purposes. And the bill kind of talks about making sure that the actual substances that are being used are safe and not contaminated, the whole distribution. So it's kind of doing a whole, kind of the whole 9 yards, a regulatory framework. Yes.
Yeah, it's a huge framework.
okay. Thank you.
And also, too, I believe this bill provides that direct response that the governor's office was looking for on SB 58 about really creating structure about the uses of this in the field. And once again, we do have a lot of really positive research. We have a lot of major psychiatrist schools and organizations that are leaning into training their practitioners in this work. And so I think what this does is it really kind of puts us in a direction of saying this is something that we're finding is an amazing new powerful modality in the field, and we're going to try and way to make it the safest for consumers to access. And that's why I think creating a board on its own, because there are really specific subjects and topics that come up in the regulation and the usage of this kind of work. And I think it's not something that would fit under a generalized, I don't think it would fit under our board structure. Okay. I think we would be deceiving ourselves if we thought it did. And the creation of this type of board, I think, will help advance this type of treatment, which can provide amazing results for people who are going through really challenging issues.
Okay. We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? I'll second the motion. Any further discussion? No, any further discussion from Sacramento?
Nope. Comments? Nope.
Any further discussion from our remote participants?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Okay. Christina, would you take the vote?
Christopher Jones,
Yes.
Abigail Ortega,
I am recusing myself from the vote.
John Sovek, Yes. Wendy Strack,
I'd like to abstain for now.
Or that was only two. Yeah. Recused. Oh, that's okay. One goes.
motion carries.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Hey, and Abigail, your camera's been off for a while. I don't know if
That was for a purpose, John.
Okay,
Actually,
got it. Thank
Al.
you.
Perfect. Thanks for making. I appreciate that.
I'm back.
Welcome back. All right, and next item on our agenda, number 16, discussion of possible recommendation regarding Senate Bill 1067, Smallwood Cuevas, Healing Acts expedited license process medically underserved area or population. Roseanne.
Yes, so this bill would require healing arts licensing boards under DCA to expedite the licensure process to give priority review status to an applicant for a license who intends to practice in a medically underserved area or serve a medically underserved population. So under current law, DCA boards are required to expedite the initial license process for applicants who are honorably discharged members of the U.S. Armed Forces or who are currently licensed in another state or who are married to or in a domestic partnership or legal union with an active duty member of the U.S. Armed Forces assigned in California. Current law also requires the Medical Board of California to give priority review status to applicants who can demonstrate they intend to practice in a medically underserved area as defined in the Health and Safety Code, basically what this bill is requiring for our board. They must provide proper documentation to prove this, which may include a letter from the employer. The existing law defines terms for purposes of the California Physicians Corps program, which is a loan repayment program for physicians. And that's what the definition that this bill is based on. And so for the purposes of the bill, existing law defines medically underserved population as the medical program in uninsured populations. And then a medically underserved area means an area defined as a health professional shortage area in federal regulations. It's a very specific part that defines that, or an area of the state with unmet priority needs for physicians that exists as determined by the Department of Healthcare Access and Information. So this bill specifically would require each board to develop a process to expedite licensees who intend to practice in a medically underserved area or an underserved population, and they must demonstrate their intent to practice by providing documentation, which could include a letter from a qualifying employer indicating acceptance of employment and a start date. The author states that many licensing boards under DCA have lengthy backlogs. They point to a 2013 bill that established a requirement that the medical board expedite license applications who intend to practice in medically underserved areas or serve medically underserved populations, and they are using this bill as a model for that. The acceptable settings in terms of looking at this bill, it's a little unclear, but there is a way that medical board does it. So the definition in the Health and Safety Code of a medically underserved area references federal regulations, but the definition is heavily focused on primary care physicians. So there is a question of whether underserved area for physicians is always going to match underserved areas for mental health professionals. It might. I don't really know, but it's unclear if it's appropriate to use a different definition of that, or if the definition is appropriate or not. It also states that a medically underserved area includes where unmet priority needs for physicians exist as determined by HCI. There's no explicit definition on HCI's website, but they appear to have mapped out acceptable areas for purposes of their Physicians Court loan repayment program. So medical board has indicated that what they do is they enter the site's address on that site, and it lists eligible work sites by that program. So I've included a link to that. But again, it's unclear if underserved areas for physicians is always going to match for other healing arts practitioners. In terms of the board impact, it really depends on the volume of applications received. It could have a detrimental impact if the board's evaluators must first spend a large amount of time determining whether someone's intended work setting qualifies for expedited licensure instead of evaluating applications, especially if the definition is nuanced and difficult to determine. Staff does have some concerns that the success of this bill could lead to numerous other proposals to expedite licenses for valid reasons, which could end up increasing processing times overall as staff spends increasing amounts of time determining expedite eligibility and fielding questions about from applicants regarding expedite eligibility. HCI has provided recent data from the board's renewal surveys that approximately 19% of the board's registrant population works in a federally qualified health center, clinic, or community health center, which are settings that we think would likely qualify for an expedite. So doing the math on that, last year, the board processed about 16,500 applications. So 19% of that is about 3,000 applications per year that might qualify to be expedited. Medical board indicates that they have not seen a large volume of expediting requests. They have been expediting for this for several years now. The last available numbers in 2019, 2020, they expedited 164 applicants for work in underserved settings. That same year, the medical board received roughly the same number of applications as BBS did, 1,300 apps for medical board versus 12,200 for BBS. So there's a couple of other related bills that would require boards to expedite for various reasons. Some affect this board, some don't. Those bills are kind of, we're gathering more information about those. And if they're still in play at the in May, then we'll probably be bringing one or two, both of those to the board meetings. But for now, I will open this up for discussion.
Thank you, Roseanne. I think I'm kind of torn on this only because, you know, I understand the need for, you know, the making sure that we have providers for underserved, you know, communities. But what I'd like to see is quicker turnaround times for all of our licenses, our license applicants. And I think that would be ideally the best thing to go to do. But I know that that's not really our situation here. So, any comments from our committee? Nope. How about comments from Sacramento?
You have a couple hands up there for the committee.
Oh, I do. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. John,
Just
go ahead.
Abigail, I think you were up first, but did you pull that down or?
You can go.
Okay.
Go first.
So interesting to me for enough. I hear like this could be a really positive way to direct this issue, but I also lean away from the idea of expediting as a means to create more access to care in communities that need it. I think if we look at our, what's our long-term plan? We worked on it last time. I forget what it's called. Anybody?
Strategic plan?
Our strategic plan. Thank you. English. There we go. Our strategic plan is looking at actually trying to address these access to care things at a more granular level. The idea of encouraging people to attend and go to schools, creating access to schools, creating education within the community, trying to communicate more into communities so that providers, people in areas, these underserved areas will see like I don't know, the access to moving into our field is really something powerful and wonderful they could bring to their community. So I think if we look at our strategic plan, we're moving in a direction, and yes, strategic plans take time to implement, but I see that as a more long-term move towards change than encouraging expediting to make that change happen. Because I do agree that once we start expediting in one form, it may become a popular form of moving forward. So I think the idea of saying, let's do the strategic plan approach and really let that access be created from the ground up versus expediting and saying, okay, you've done all this, now we're going to put you into these communities that need extra care.
John, Abigail?
For me, it's a little bit of, I know this is like, it's about the consumer, but for me, it's like the helper needs to be supported as well, right? Like, people need to work when they get out of school. And so saying, oh, because you're not working in this type of setting, we're not going to process you as quickly is like, it's like telling them that their needs are not as important as like the client's needs. And we don't know everyone's situation. We do know that there's like inequity even inside of the workforce and where people, these students are graduating from and what their situation is. So I don't know. I think like we're trying to help one population, but then potentially hurting another population. So I would like it that everyone is expedited, and that we can, get everyone working and established, and then having people choose, right, where they want to work.
You, Abigail. I think I'm on that page also. Anything else from the committee? All right, how about Sacramento?
Yes, we do have a comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ben Caldwell, MFT. I would respectfully request that the committee recommend to the full board an oppose unless amended position on this bill, with the requested amendment being to more clearly define and significantly scale back those who would qualify for expedited processing. Certainly, in addition to the equity concerns that were expressed by Ms. Ortega, board statistics suggest that about a fifth of associates are currently working in federally qualified health centers. A significant number are also likely, especially at the onset of their registration, to be working with uninsured populations in public, private nonprofit, and even some private for-profit settings. If everyone who states an intent to serve at least some uninsured clients gets expedited, then it's entirely possible that a majority of board applicants would qualify. And of course, if almost everyone is getting quote unquote expedited, then no one really is. So this seems just impractical in addition to the equity concerns. So suggest an oppose unless amended position. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from Sacramento?
No.
Okay. Moderator, would you open the lines for comments from our remote audience?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I have opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. And it looks like we have a request from Kathy Atkins. Kathy, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Thank you, Kathy Atkins from CAMPT. Similar to some of the other items brought up, CAMPT, although we have not taken a formal position on this bill, our legislative committee is still reviewing. We do have concerns about the intersection between bills such as this and probably the number one issue we hear about on a day-to-day basis is the delay in processing registrations and licensure. Also, there's 2 other bills introduced this year that have similar similar aspects about sort of moving to expediting to the front of the line for 2 other marginalized communities. And while we obviously support lifting up those providers that work in underserved areas or with marginalized communities, the biggest concern we're seeing right now is the processing delays, and we just don't quite see how they can work together as this being the solution to some of the issues that others have underscored. So again, we don't have an official position at this time, but certainly we do see concerns with how this would impact processing delays that are already problematic. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Okay. So it sounds to me like we need to have more discussion about this item. Unless anyone wants to make a motion. I do not see a motion. So Roseanne, would this be another item to bring to the board for discussion?
Yeah, there's a couple of different things you can do. I mean, you can watch it. Ben raised a valid concern that the definitions are concerning, so we can reach out and see if there's any willingness on the part of the author to possibly amend the definitions to be a little bit more clear. And report back on that. Or we can just see what the bill looks like. I mean, it's still got to go through its BMP hearing, so we can see what it looks like in May. Either way.
I think the better defined that it is, the more of an informed decision that we can make. So I think if that works, if you can reach out to better define that, I think that'd be great.
Okay.
All right. So we're at 6 hours of committee meeting time. Steve, I know that we still have a few items left. I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to push those to another meeting.
Well, we got so we have two of the items are updates, I believe. We have and I think those can go.
Those
we can just read. You can just read those. So the two last. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my. So items 22
and 23.
Yeah, those are the updates. Those can be read.
Would propose hearing item 12 and then the legend reg update and calling it.
Did you hear that? A suggestion would be to hear item 12 and then the leg and reg update. And then that would probably be good because I think the other stuff that's left are still bills that are, we'll definitely bring them to the board, and there's actually it'll give us more time to see what happens with them in the meantime.
Okay. So then let's move to item 12. Sorry, I'm gonna get I got the 12. Item 12 is the discussion of possible recommendation regarding Senate Bill 26, Umberg Mental Health Professions Care Scholarship Program. Roseanne?
Yes, this bill would create a scholarship program in order to incentivize those seeking licensure as an LMFT, LCSW, LPCC, or psychologist to work in a county behavioral health agency in support of the CARE Act. So existing law creates the CARE Act. It's a recent creation by the legislature and the governor's office with the intent of providing a process for earlier intervention for individuals with certain untreated mental health disorders. It's intended to provide a framework for counties and governments to focus their efforts on providing comprehensive treatment, housing, and supportive services to those with complex behavioral health care needs. Existing law also establishes the Department of Healthcare Access and Information, HCI, and delegates to HCI the task of providing scholarships and loans to students from underrepresented groups who are pursuing careers in the health professions, to try to encourage those individuals into the professions and also encourage work in underserved settings. So this bill creates a scholarship program as an annual scholarship for the purpose of trying to increase the number of culturally competent mental health professionals needed to work to implement the CARE Act. In order to qualify, an applicant must be pursuing a degree that meets the state's requirements for licensure as an LMFT, LCSW, LPCC, or psychologist. They must agree to work for a county behavioral health agency in support of the CARE Act for at least 3 years upon being licensed. It makes the scholarship program operative upon appropriation by the legislature. And the reason the author is running this bill is that they state that with the recent establishment of the CARE Act and CARE Court program, there will be more behavioral health professionals needed to implement this act. And so without it, there will be very few behavioral health practitioners working in these areas, making it difficult to implement the CARE Act. It doesn't identify a funding source at this point, but it does involve the board's licensees, which is why you're seeing it today. So with that, I will open it up for a discussion.
All right, any discussion from our committee? Okay. Any discussion from Sacramento?
Yes, we have a comment.
Ben Caldwell, MFT. I would respectfully request that the committee take an opposed position on this legislation. Tethering a new graduate student to 3 years of employment in an underpaid setting several years in the future when they achieve licensure is not only not especially helpful, it's potentially exploitive of graduate students' immediate financial needs. The numbers are hypothetical, but imagine a trade-off of a $10,000 scholarship for $60,000 or more in foregone salary when somebody is licensed and able to work as a licensed individual. That's not a fair or reasonable trade. Prospective therapists do not need or especially benefit from another drop in the bucket scholarship program, particularly one that ties their hands when it comes to employment opportunities that may become available to them as they achieve licensure. A far better and more direct approach to supporting the Care Court program and the county behavioral workers the program will rely on would be to directly supplement the pay for such positions. Thank you.
Ben? Any other comments from Sacramento?
No.
All right, moderator, would you please open the lines for comments from our remote participants?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Okay. Do we have a motion from our committee? All right, no motion from our committee. So Roseanne, Abigail, go ahead.
How much money is it?
Not specified at this time. They would have to determine that if the bill passed. It's dependent on funding for the legislature. So if money was designated in the budget, then they would have to figure out how to divvy up that money.
Okay.
So it could fluctuate depending on the funding source.
I believe so, yeah, because it doesn't specify an amount of the scholarship. So it's dependent on a funding source. And then if they got a funding source, they would have to figure out how to divide that up.
There's still ifs.
I guess because the scholarships that I've seen where the amounts are, low, low, it'll be like a 2-year, kind of obligation. And then for the ones that are like pretty large in those mental health professional shortage areas, they're like 50,000. I've seen them for like doctors at 100,000. And you can go part-time for 2 years or full-time for 4 years. So I think like the amount matters. Like just kind of that blanket 3 years and then not knowing. To me, like I would need to, look at that. It's actually something, most people that I know that said yes to different scholarships, they looked at the amount of time and then how much money they were getting. So I wish there were more details, or if there's a way for the amount of time that they want people to work as a licensed provider, if they could shift that language. It seems pretty broad, like where you could work, right? A publicly funded facility or like in a shortage area. So that could that be a federally qualified health center as well, or in a hospital?
I don't know if it does. I think, like you said,
It says to implement the CARE Act. So whatever they need to implement the CARE Act, in terms of the infrastructure for that, they would basically apply for. There would probably be designated jobs. I don't know. It probably varies by county, so they probably don't want to specify it in the bill. exactly what those titles or those jobs are,
Oh.
which is probably not, but I can reach out and ask if they have any thought onto what the scholarship amount would be.
Yeah, and then when because I have applied for those programs myself, and it gives you a list of all the places where you can work. And then, you look at all the options and you can, you eyeball which place you would want to work and then you apply. So that there is like choice, right? If you have all the information up front, and then you can make an informed choice for yourself because you start to calculate how much those particular places pay. And then how much you would get for the scholarship, and you decide, if it evens out. So I think that the more information they give applicants, the better. I mean, I would prefer to see the option of a scholarship than not.
I can reach out. I'm guessing they probably don't want to put acceptable settings in the bill because it might vary widely, but yeah, I can reach out and ask if they have any more information or what they're thinking along those lines and see what they say.
Okay.
Thanks, Roseanne. And I think that's like the theme for the day. Reach out and ask more questions.
And I believe Wendy, did she have her hand up?
I'm sorry, Wendy, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess especially with a lot of these, I think particularly this one that we've seen today, with the state's budget deficit that they're looking to attempt to close in the next 6 weeks or so. I'm gonna guess that this one doesn't get very far. If we're already looking to cut tens of billions of dollars of existing programs, putting a new scholarship program in place is probably not terribly viable. So, I mean, I think it's at least waiting a little bit to see if this gets a little further along in the process.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you. So next we're going to look at, I'm sorry, go ahead, Roseanne.
Do you want to go to 22, the legislative update, and then 23, the regulatory update, and then call it a day?
That sounds like a fantastic idea. Let's do that.
Okay. So item 2, the legislative update, just a couple of quick updates about the board sponsored proposals. SB 1024, which is our board sponsored bill that we approved some recommended amendments to the board to today. That bill is actually passed through the entire Senate now, and is in the Assembly. So it's moving along nicely. And so hopefully that continues. And then SB 1526 is this year's omnibus bill proposal to make minor technical changes. We have one cleanup request in that bill that's minor. That bill was just introduced on March 18th, and it's scheduled to be heard soon in the Senate Business and Professions Committee. So that is the legislative update on our current bill proposals that we're sponsoring.
All right. Thank you, Roseanne. Any comments from our committee? Any comments from Sacramento?
No, none here.
Any comments from the public? Moderator, please open the lines.
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment. Would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you, moderator. And then next on the agenda is item 23, our update on rulemaking. Christy.
Yes, thank you.
Roseanne, a break and let you.
Right, a short break. So this is an update on the board approved regulation proposals that are in the pipeline. The disciplinary guidelines are still in preparation for the DCA initial review process. We're very close though to having those ready. The unprofessional conduct regulations, the public comment period for that ended March 25th. And we did get one public comment, which will go to the board in May for consideration in terms of what our response will be. The other approved reg is the telehealth regulations, which the board just approved March 1st. So that's something I'll be starting to work on soon. And that's it.
All right, thank you. Christy, any comments from our committee? Any comments from Sacramento?
No, no comments here.
Any comments from our public that are not here?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. All right, and seeing no requests for public comment, would you like me to close the Q&A panel?
Yes, thank you, moderator. All right. Item number 24, suggestions for future agenda items. Do any of my fellow committee members have any suggestions for future agenda items? And that I see, oh, Abigail.
I would love to hear about like how the board chooses like what criteria the board has for choosing continuing education courses. Because today it seemed like there was no more room for that. And I'm just like, okay, well, if we're gonna keep reviewing these bills of people wanting to require continuing education, then you know what is it that we're actually looking at, or are we complete? So just curious about that.
Thank you, Abigail. I think that that's probably a discussion that you can have with Steve.
Yeah.
Talk about that process and procedure. Thank you. Are there any future agenda item suggestions from our Sacramento audience?
No, none here.
All right, moderator, would you please open the lines for future agenda items from our remote participants?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the committee, I've opened up the Q&A feature for public comment. Members of the public, if you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click the Q&A icon located at the bottom right-hand corner of your WebEx screen, or use the raise hand function. Looks like we do have a request from Elise Springer. Elise, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Thank you very much. What a long afternoon. I really commend all of you for sticking in there. It's very impressive. This is my first board meeting that I've observed. I did just want to hop on and second Abigail's request, obviously as a community member in MFT with some real intent behind the request on continuing education units. I'm very curious if there is a public forum or a public published area where determinations for CEUs might be sort of held. So I just wanted to chime in and second that, because that does seem pretty relevant to some of the policy and advocacy work we're doing on the other side here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. It appears there are no further requests for public comment. I am going to leave the Q&A open for our next item, though.
Oh, thank you. All right. Our next item on the agenda is public comment for items that are not on the agenda. Just a note that the board may not discuss or take action on any matter raised during the public comment section, other than to place the matter on agenda for a future meeting. Do we have any comments from our Sacramento? Well, I think I see Ben at the table.
Thank you. Yeah, Ben Caldwell, MFT, and thank you to the committee members. I know it's been a long day. I just wanted to particularly thank Roseanne. There were a lot of bills on the agenda for today, obviously a lot of things to go through, and I really appreciate the clarity that you bring to the analysis of those bills, and just wanted to say so publicly here before we wrap up for the day. Thank you very much, Roseanne.
I will second that comment. Thank you, Roseanne.
And I would actually very much second that. You are amazing, and thank you for all your hard work. I appreciate it.
All right. Any comments from our remote audience?
This is a moderator. It appears there are no requests from the remote audience, but I'll pause a little bit just in case. Nope, I'm not seeing any hands raised. In that case, would you like me to close the Q&A?
I would, thank you. Okay, and that brings us to our final agenda item, which is adjournment. Steve, do we have a record for the longest committee meeting ever? Do we have some sort of record for that?
Well, this could be one of the long ones for this we've had before.
We've had board meetings that have gone, we started later today. We've had board
Yeah.
meetings that have gone in May with
Yeah.
bills that have gone past 5. I don't know about not a P&A in my recent memory.
But get ready for May. I think
May will be-
get ready.
Well, yeah, we pushed half of the things to May. So I'd like to put on record that we were 6.5 hours today. So I will adjourn the meeting at 4:30 p.m. Thank you all so much for your attendance and your attention. Again, Roseanne, thank you for all your hard work. We will see you in May for our board. It's the 16th and 17th, correct? Is that
Correct.
the dates?
Correct. Yeah.
All right. We'll see you May 16th and 17th for our full board meeting. And the meeting is adjourned.
Good
Thank
job,
you.
team.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.